Plenty of cricket already underway here on the European Cricket Network this year. The T20 season is getting underway though. It's the Mdina Cup right here in Dreux in France. I'm Charlie Hunt. You're watching it all unfold right here on the European Cricket Network. Morning everyone and welcome to a beautiful day here in Dreux here in France. It's an absolute stunning day set up for some cricket here. It's going to be an exciting day, of course. The start of the Mdina Cup. We of course covered this last year, and in last year's edition of course it was the host nation this year, France, who ended up taking the victory in that tournament. They went up against Malta and Luxembourg last year around. This time around though, Malta, they're here, they've come back, they're looking for some revenge, but Belgium, they take the place of Luxembourg. But we won't see Belgium until tomorrow. Today it's a double header between France and Malta, but very much looking forward to this game, and of course it's setting us up for what's going to be an exciting week of cricket. Here of course we've already started the second week out in Italy, and we've of course got the internationals coming up over the weekend, but we've got international cricket already starting. A little bit of a teaser for the rest of the week here in France. Let's have a look at both sides then here. France taking on Malta here in game one here this morning. And both sides have got some big names in their lineups. You already look at France. We'll have a look at them as the host nation first, of course. This time being led by young Gus McKeown, just 21 years of age and already the leader of the side, the captain. So, of course, we know what he's capable of. He set records from just a very young age. He's already setting the world alight. So looking forward to see what he can do here on home soil. They've also, of course, got Hamza Niaz, of course. He is a big name that we all know and love from Dreux Cricket Club, of course. We know a lot about him here on the European Cricket Network. So looking forward to seeing what they can do. Of course, they've got some other big names in there as well. But, of course, we have to know that the cricket is a team game. It's a big team game, and we know that they're going to rely heavily on those players. Let's have a look at Malta then. And, of course, well, Malta is a place that we know and love again here on the European Cricket Network. We know a lot of what their cricket is about. Boom Boom Basil, he is in the playing squad. He's in the lineup. Looking forward to seeing what he can do, of course. And they're being led again by Varun Prasad, the skipper. We know exactly what he likes to do. A bit of nibbly-knobbly action with the bowling, but he also likes to get some runs in the middle order. So looking forward to this one. It's going to be an exciting one. It's just myself here today, but I can't wait for this one. Let's go ahead then to the middle, where the umpire has got the two captains. Get the toss underway, and then you'll join me back in the commentary box. And we'll get the first day of the Mdina Cup right underway.
Hey. Hey. Okay. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck.
Good. So then, news from the toss we saw there. Young skipper, 20 years of age in fact, Gus McKeown, winning the toss and electing to bat first here in game number one of the Mdina Cup. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancan out in India or on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel here on YouTube. It's a pleasure to have you with me today, and well, we're set for what's going to be a lovely day for cricket. Conditions-wise, looking pretty much perfect. Bit of cloud cover, which is always a plus for the bowlers, but it looks as if it's going to be nice and dry. Looking at temperatures of around about 19-20 degrees, possibly looking a little bit higher as for the rest of the day. These two sides, though, we know it's going to be an electric game. It's an interesting tournament, this one, that this sort of the Tri-Series, the Mdina Cup. I mean, you have a look at these two sides. Last time they met was the last time that France played in a T20 international. In fact, it was back in the Valletta Cup, and I'll tell you the result after for that one in a sec. Let's have a look at the lineups. Here are the confirmed lineups. A couple of names I, of course, picked out there. Gus McKeown, Gustave McKeown. In fact, Hamza Niaz, of course, we know the likes of Aladdin Jackson as well for the French side. Usman Khan as well, of course. He was the leading wicket taker in last year's edition of the Mdina Cup. As for Malta, again, names that we all know. And it come to expect it on the European Cricket Network, the likes of Basil George, Bikram Arora as well. And of course, you've got the likes of Zishan Khan, Wasim Abbas as well, and Samuel Stanislaus, to name just a few. So looking forward to those, and I tell you what, folks, if you aren't playing your fantasies, get your fantasy teams in now, because we are set for an exciting few days of cricket here. It is going to be hopefully uninterrupted. Looks as if rain's staying away for the majority of our time here, which is always a positive. Of course, we were here not too long ago, in fact, here at the stunning Dreux Sports Cricket Club, of course, and had our lovely European Cricket Series as our first event, and hey, we thought, well, let's get back there straight away, and that's exactly what we're doing. This is where we are then, and let's have a look at the supercomputer then, who will take this one. And interestingly enough, of course, France being picked at 63% compared to Malta's just 37. It's an interesting one in fairness because, again, as I mentioned, you go back to the last time these two sides met, it was an emphatic 7-wicket victory for Malta with almost 10 overs remaining. They were able to get the win there. But they've got an interesting head-to-head stats for both these two sides when it comes to T20 internationals. There is a certainly an element of the unknown for a few involved in both sides, but I think in fairness, with the likes of McKeown and Hamza Niaz, I think the fact that those two are in there with the bat, I think that's probably why that percentage has just been pipped ever so slightly higher to maybe what we'd come to expect. But a warm welcome to everybody in the group chat, in the chat I should say, and to Jules, to Julian, to Rob. Vinny's in there as well. Of course, Vinny out in Brescia in Italy at the moment. So don't forget, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Vinny, I did tune in a little bit this morning, and I did hear Vinny mention it's May Madness with plenty of cricket here on the network. So that's certainly going to be exciting to look forward to. And just you can see their umpires making their way out to the middle here this morning for game number 1 of the Mdina Cup, and you can already see there, folks, the opening partnership making their way out. And well, ECN diehards will be very happy to see a certain man with 38 on the back of his shirt. That is Hamza Niaz. What an opening partnership this is, by the way, folks. Gustav McKeown, highest run scorer in T20 internationals for France. Just the age, he's not even 21. I think I said 21 in my intro. I was off by about 100 odd days or so. 20 years of age and leading his side out here today, and for the rest of the weekend. You can see there alongside Hamza Niaz. That's a blistering opening partnership. That's an opening partnership that would scare anyone at any level of cricket. And there you can see Malta. You can see Zishan Khan there. You can see a lot of names that we recognise there. I'm liking the fonts they've got on the back. They almost look hand printed. But nevertheless, it is set up for what is going to be an exciting couple of days of cricket. It's an honour to be back here on the network. Vinny's saying that the summer of Charlie's begun. Well, listen, it's a long summer. We're already in May. With the amount of cricket planned coming up, it's going to be a long, long summer here on the network. Plenty of cricket, plenty of entertaining cricket at that as well. Looks as if McKeown's going to be set to take the first ball here, of course. T20 internationals, folks, so no, not the T10 that we come to expect here on the network. T20, so bowling from both ends. That's something a little bit different that you might not expect from here on the network. And then, of course, the different regulations, of course, the 6-over power play rather than just the 3. You can see there the keeper this time for Malta is Chanjal Surasanana. It looks as if it's going to be Wasim Abbas. No real surprise there to take the first over here of this Mdina Cup 2024. One thing that we have to mention, and I feel like you've almost got to mention realistically here, is, of course, we're just over a week since the new ICC rankings were published. It wasn't the most positive ranking news for the 3 sides competing in the Mdina Cup this year, with places being dropped for Belgium and France, Malta staying where they were, but we'll touch upon that at a later date. Anyway, looks as if we're ready to get things underway then here, folks. First ball of the Mdina Cup it is. Wasim Abbas to get us underway up against McKeown, and it's going to be a short leg side wide. Classic European cricket style, we do start with a wide. Good to see Ramesh Athisan is in the chat as well. It's glad to see some T20Is, and I have a feeling it won't be the last we'll see of the T20s here on the network. Of course, we've got some coming up in the Netherlands. I know that's been confirmed. I know there's lots more in the pipeline as well. And this one, just off the splice of the bat for McKeown. You can see they're just getting on through a little bit quicker than I think he was probably expecting. We know a lot. We know what to expect from this ground, of course. Playing with the larger boundaries, not the ECN classic 50-meter boundaries. Playing with the regular on this ground. It's a little bit different to see for anyone here if you're ever used to ECS tournaments. And there you go. This one is up and huge. And I tell you what a way to start us off with the bat. It's 6 runs into the leg side. McKeown just swivels on this one. Too short from Abbas. And straight away, McKeown turning around saying, listen, if you drop your length, I'm going to be very quick to pounce on you. And it's 6 runs to start us off here in France. Well, positive start for the Blues. The men in blue, French national side. McKeown just... what a way to sort of, I mean, if there's ever a man in international cricket at this level that you don't want to give opportunities here, we see here, look, very easy and very quick to pounce on the shorter ball. And that one just carried on flying. That carried the boundary by some distance. There's Hamza. He'll be etching to get on strike. What's the response going to be? It's more of the same. This time, there is a fielder, though, out a deep square leg. Zishan Khan does the work. It'll just be a single. So good cricket. Traditional cricket gets the boundary, then rotates to the strike for just a single. Saying got to be getting your dual screens on, and absolutely, you've got to have a look at and make sure you've got your dual screens. Some would say triple screens, and with the schedule we've got going for May, you'll might need quad screens, I reckon. Edge, oh, gone, and that is an absolute ripper from Sudarsananan behind the stumps. I don't think anyone expected him to keep it in his gloves, but Hamza Niaz, not the start he would have wanted to his Mdina Cup. First ball gone due to an absolute ripper from the keeper behind the stumps. Take a look at this one. Wasim Abbas finally gets it where he wants it, teases him outside off. Oh, that's an absolute stunner. Look at the airtime he's got on that. That is outrageous from Sudarsananan. So much so that not even the man at first slip was even expecting him to get there. What a take that is, and what a way to set the tone for Malta. They take their first wicket, and it's the big fish of Hamza Niaz. He goes for a first ball duck, and I tell you what, that's not the way you want to see. Not a good start. You can tell he is furious with himself. He's just fished it at one outside the wide. Off the wide of off stump, and he is absolutely livid with himself. Hamza Niaz, what we've come to expect of him is not that, folks. Anyway, first wicket down, score 8 for 1 then here already. That is a superb start from the Maltese side here. What a great catch that was as well. Next batter comes out to the middle, just lets this one flow through. Next batter is Ali Ghalami coming out at 3.
Keep it up.
See here, no real signs of lateral movement. There was a little bit on that one that took the wicket, but sort of straight up and down really, and nothing too concerning for the batters there. But wow, what an absolute ripper that is. You can see straight away, just down to a simple, excellent bit of work behind the stumps. Now Malta all up and about it, lots of energy out in the field. What a great first over that was. Had a bit of everything. We had a 6, but we also had an amazing catch behind the stumps. The score after the first over is 8 for 1. Yeah, plenty of cricket, of course. Not only us here in Dreux, here in France. It is, of course, we've got the T10, the ECS, running out in Brescia. That's Vinny Sandu taking you through that. And of course, Danny Hudacek was there at the start of the week as well, just covering for a couple of days. Did a wonderful job. But look at that, folks, at the bottom of your screen. The last wicket of Hamza Niaz. What an outstanding catch that was by Sudarsananan. And I mean, tell you what, if you're ever looking for a play of the day, I don't think you've got to go too far. And it only took us, what, 3-4 balls? Incredible. I mean, look, we'll have a look at this again. Absolutely outrageous. Look at the airtime. Listen, he's not a tall man. Not many wicket keepers are, and he is lifted probably about 2 or 3, at least I reckon 1.5 meters there. Incredible stuff. Mughal is going to take us into the second then. This is clipped nicely off the pads. Opting not to take the single. So that's of course Mukhtar Ali Ghalami, who's coming in at 3, and well, he's coming in at a time where you probably wasn't expecting it. I mean, losing Hamza Niaz to what you can only describe as a worldie is probably not what was on the bingo cards for France here this morning. Well, I'll tell you what was on the cards was probably runs for this man here, McKeown. This is beautifully timed back over the bowler's head. That'll be 4 runs to the total. So much so that even Ghalami was having a little shadow bat at this one. can see here, just a little bit too straight for me. Of course, that angle coming across the right hand of McKeown, he's not going to miss out on that. 4 runs. McKeown, only 20 years of age, but has played cricket in both hemispheres now. Of course, played for Perth and under, and has played out in Norfolk in the UK for Horsford Cricket Club there as well last season. Have to try and work out and get an idea onto what his plans are for the summer. I'm sure we'll try and find out what the plan is for him. But at the moment, all he's worrying about is runs for France. Ramos saying he is brilliant behind the stumps, is Challenger. Well, Exhibit A right there. That's better. That's a better length. Just back of the length. Brought it back slightly. Didn't overcorrect though. Didn't go too short. They have got a man out at deep square leg, but we saw early on in the first over, McKeown won't shy away from the challenge. T20 is a completely different game when it comes to comparing it to T10, and well, you can't bowl there because McKeown, spoke about it just the ball before, he will punch it through the onside. That's exactly what he does. That'll be another boundary yet again to young Gustav McKeown. That's 4 more runs to France. Just sort of solidifying his spot here at the top, isn't he? And not that he needed to really, but you can just see straight away he's a man who's clearly had quite a lot of cricket throughout the off-season, or what would be the winter here in Europe. Coming in straight away, and he's loving life, isn't he? You can tell he's very much looking forward to his cricket here this weekend, and you can understand why already. That's good cricket, good rotational cricket. Just looks to rotate the single. I was thinking of possibly a second. It's a large outfield here. It has to be said, but nevertheless, just a single. Yeah, you can see there, just again looking to just rotate through. So it means Galami will get his first taste of Mughal here. Yeah, and Hiking in the chat, just dropping them in. Yeah, so, of course, the ICC ranking, the new rankings were released last Wednesday on the 1st of May. It's Happy May Day. Last delivery then here of the 2nd. So it's just pushed away. There's Varun Prasad, the skipper, does the cleaning up. Good over from Mughal. Only concedes the 2 boundaries, but keeps it tidy around them. And at the end of the 2nd score, 17 for 1. Yeah, so they were recently released on the 1st of May. France dropped down to 55. They dropped 1 place from 54. Belgium also dropped 2 places from 42 to 44. Malta, however, they stayed at 62. So, and I know there was a few questions about how the ranking system works. It is a very, very intricate and tricky system to wrap your head around, but the way it's set, the way it's laid out and the way it's set up is essentially you get more rewards for beating higher placed teams. So for example, you look at recent history, very recently in fact, Spain beating Jersey twice does wonders for their ICC ranking points because you get more points for beating a side higher than you, depending on and the amount of places between you and the opposition means more points. We'll see Mabas to continue. Keown looks this through. Could be a wide, so starts off with a wide. Bit of deja vu for Abbas. Started off his last over with a wide, but if he picks up another wicket, he'll be pretty happy, pretty content. Missed out there. You can tell straight away he wanted that to go towards that deep mid-wicket area. There's no one there, of course. Power play restrictions. He'll feel as if that's 4 or at least 4, maybe 6 runs missed out on there. It was a shorter delivery from Abbas, but wasn't picked up on as quick as the previous few shots he's played into that onside. This time it's a bit of a cloth shot, doesn't quite catch all of it, but this outfield runs away. Varun Prasad will do the work, does cut it off in the end. They'll come back for just the 2 in fairness. It's a good work out in the deep straight away. So those rankings, I mean, rankings are an interesting one with with ICC rankings. You kind of got to take them with a bit of a pinch of salt. It depends on how much cricket's played and various different factors. So, yes, they would probably play a factor into who you would predict to go on and win this tournament, and per game as well. But I think you've also got to take everything at face value at this point. This is up in the air again. Has not quite got the legs on this one. It is a chance. And he doesn't put them down. That's a superb catch this time around. And now that's both openers back in the shed. Excellent catch from Jaspal Singh, though. Deep and extra cover. And one goes, and now the second big fish has gone back in the shed. France now looking like they need a bit of a rebuilding session here. Wasim Abbas picks up his second, score 20 for 2. That is a superb catch, by the way. Makes it look very easy live on air, but unfortunately for McKeown, his good start comes to a very quick end. And you can tell body language. You don't have to be a body language expert to work out how he's feeling about that one. 20 for 2 with both big names back in the shed. It's a long, horrible walk that is back to the dugout. Well, I'll tell you what, one thing that you always say, and it's a saying that's said for all the way from junior grassroots cricket to the highest level, catches win your matches. And well, I can tell you straight away that 2 blinding catches, one behind the stumps, now one at deep extra cover, just goes on to tell you where this game could go. 2 huge catches, 2 big wickets as well. Looks as if that is Christian Roberts, who's come out at 4. Of course, and again, another youngster, just 20 years of age once more. Birthday's pretty similar to young Gustav as well. So 2 youngsters, well, you say youngsters, I mean, 20 years of age, you can still get a lot of experience packed in at 20, which is exactly what these 2 boys have got. But you're relying on a 20-year-old now to really rebuild here. I mean, this is the thing, T20 is such a different game to T10. I mean, it doesn't, on paper, it doesn't look too drastic, but you have to remember that T20, you've got so much time to work on. You've got so much time to work out where you're going to go, and you've got to, it's all about picking your timings here. That's a good looking shot to start off though for Roberts. Square drive. Doesn't quite get through Justin Sharji, that is at just in front of point. Good positive start this though from Malta, isn't it? They would have known that you've got to get those 2 big wickets early, because if they don't, they'll go on to punish you. And well, I tell you what, they were here very early on. This was that nice drive from Roberts just to get him off the mark straight away. Army yet to get off the mark. Still won't. That's again, good bit of fielding. They were here early, Malta. They were here pretty early on. They were getting their warm-ups in, getting the drills in. And I tell you what, practice, people say practice makes perfect. I say it makes permanent at the moment. What we're seeing here is almost perfect, really. Again, just fends it away. So that's 5 dots now for Galami, yet to get things going for him. But again, another great over from Wasim Abbas. Just three runs coming off it. 4 runs, in fact. Picked up the big wicket as well of young McKeown. Score at the end of the 3rd is 21 for 2. Looks as if there's going to be a replacement here. I'm not too sure what the issue is. I think that might be Wasim who's going to have to, he's coming off. It is going to be Wasim Abbas who's coming off, so I believe that's Jaswinder Singh who has gone out as the replacement, just as comes off. Well, no, there's another issue. Not too sure what's occurring in front of me, but at the moment, though, it's all Malta, isn't it? It's a great start from them, setting the tone, going through their paces very early on. Roberts just getting himself acquainted with his conditions. Never mind, Wasim Abbas is staying on. Tell you what, early morning troubles here potentially. A very good morning to Monica in the chat, and to Callum as well. Callum asking, where's the Punjab game? I assume you're referring to the ECS out in Brescia. That's on a separate stream, of course. So do go ahead. I have to remind you folks, do subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's where you'll get all live streams throughout the year, wherever we are, in many different locations, at many different times, and sometimes at the same time. It's the wonderful thing we call cricket, especially here on the ECN. Anyway, Mughal's going to continue. It's been a good opening partnership, these two. Bowling in partnerships, that's always something that in T20 cricket almost goes underlooked. That's going to be a dot to start. Got to bowl together, because if you've got someone at one end who's really keeping things tight, and then you've got, you bring on your bowler at the other end, and all of a sudden they let a few boundaries go. That pressure just gets relieved, and all of a sudden you're struggling to keep things going. But Malta very much up to the challenge at the moment. Again, just miscued, but again straight away. But it's the little things for me as well. Malta doing right at the moment. The basics, they're doing the basics pretty much perfectly here. Straight away, fielders are coming round, but there was, two fielders backing up almost simultaneously as the ball goes round. So there's it's a good start this from Malta, but the thing is they've got to keep things going here. It's a long tournament. T20 is a completely different game. It's a completely different animal. Once again, we got hitting the right areas. It's proving to be a tricky customer to negotiate. At the moment, the Roberts, I think for France, you'd say it is just a bit of a rebuilding session here. Once more, just back of a length. They're bowling that heavy length that a lot of people are fond of. They're going to take on the arm here. Oh dear, and the throw wasn't really the issue. It was probably the keeping there that wasn't quite bang on for me, but still keeping up the pressure. And France looking a little bit nervy out there now, aren't they? And you can understand as to why. See this here. They knocks it into the onside, just presumptively for just a single, but then they realise the outfit is a little bit thick. Probably could do with a bit of a cut, but they get back for the second safely in the end. A lot of people showing their love for the T20s being back on the air. It is lovely to see. Once again, back for length, and just can't get it away at the moment, can Roberts. This is again another tidy over, just that 2 runs coming off it at the moment, but not offering anything either. There's not a delivery that's been loose from Mughal this over. Knowing the commentator's curse now, he'll bow a horrible full bunger, but he's just in that corridor, isn't he? And he's just bowling it consistently. Oh, this one, this has come off. This has gone almost chasing. Chase is on. That's Wasim Abbas, who was coming off for an injury a minute ago, but now seems to be okay. Comes on through. Interesting here. I think that's come off the bat. In fairness, it's been given as runs. So it'll be 2 more, but what again, another great over. 4 once again coming off it. You can see there, a bit of a bat onto pad, and it doesn't miss by a lot, does it? 2 runs there off that one, 4 off the over in total. 4 overs down, score 25 for 2. Just the 8 runs coming off the last 2 overs just shows you Malta well on top at the moment. I mean, you look at sort of the likes of what's come, of course, you've got Jackson for France. Ahmadzai as well is another option. But the two big wickets that they would have, Malta would have woken up this morning having dreamed of getting 2 early wickets of Hamza Nias and Makio. Well, their dreams have come true early on here. Change of bowler though, it's not going to be Abbas. It looks as if that's Justin Sharju who's going to come on, and he's teasing us. Not quite in the rhythm. See, they're trying to get his run up correct. Stunning conditions though here now, folks. I can tell you, the sun's burning through those clouds. And what a beautiful ground. The first time ever for me witnessing cricket here in France live in person. Reaches for this one. Interesting to have another look at this here, because I have a feeling that you probably could have let this one go through, but Ghalami still yet to get off the mark, and you can just, well, with shots like that, reaching for ones that you probably didn't need to, you can just get that sense of tension out in the middle at the moment for these two. Got to just ride it out. That's the way they've got to take this on. They've just got to see out this difficult period, get through the power play, and then just start sort of nurdling the ones and twos. Well, he doesn't, and there you go, folks. It's as simple as that. Bowl straight, and the simple game of you miss, I hit. And Sharji picks up his first, and it's the third wicket down now. And Ghalami, well, that's not an innings that he'll want to look back on. It's a 7-ball duck for him, and it's going to be another wicket down. And you can see there, playing right across the line. It's not a shot that he'll be happy with when he looks back on this one on the replay. You can see there, he's very early on it, and unfortunately it's going to be a 7-ball duck for Ghalami. So 25 for 3 now. And you can see Ghalami, not a happy chap. And well, not many people in the French dugout are going to be too happy at the moment, in all honesty. Good delivery though, isn't it, from Sharji? Pretty simple cricket, really. Top of off. Reaps the rewards. Sane is the new batter coming in at 5. Swara and Kanasane, that is, of course. Toss. No real intent, just wants to have a look first up here. Kanasane, of course, is no stranger to us here on the network again. Again, driven nicely, straight to the fielder though. A bit of a misfield, unfortunately. It's the first sign of nerves for the Maltese side there. Quite the best effort from Jaspal Singh. Just one though. Gets Kanasane off the mark. Yeah, Kanasane again. He's not. Yeah, he's only young. He's. My maths here, I'm trying to work. I think he's 21. So. Plenty of experience for a young side though. I mean, Kanasane's played plenty of games on the network and he's played against the likes of the Scottish 11 in T10. Of course, he's represented the President's 11 as well. He's got he's got a high score of 89. That came up against Romania last year around as well. So for a young side, they have got a wealth of experience in there, but that's going to be another one that goes. And well, experience only gets you so far, and another youngster come and goes, as that's Roberts who now has to make the long dreaded walk back, and things are looking pretty poor, pretty dire for France at the moment. Malta all over them like a rash. Sharju picks up his second in the over, and it is a little bit unfortunate for Roberts. He chops it on, but nevertheless, it's another wicket that goes. And dear, oh dear, things looking pretty diabolical for France at the moment. It's 5 overs down, it's 26 for 4. You can see there, I mean, the expected score at the moment is at 116, but in all honesty, you're sort of looking around now and saying, well, where are these runs going to come from? Because you're getting into your sort of middle, lower order, and that's where you're going to really struggle to try and pick up any momentum here. But on fire are Malta at the moment. Not giving them any breathing room whatsoever, and they've not even had any of their spin options come on yet. So that's where, and this, I think that's something that gets missed out on as well in T20. Spinners play a huge role for any T20 side, especially off the back of the power play. Just being able to tighten things up, get through your overs quickly, almost just sort of rush the batting side through their overs, and all of a sudden, panicking, thinking, where have the overs gone? All of a sudden, we've only got 4 or 5 overs left. So That's where the spinners come into action. Looks as if they're going to go with Jaspal Singh, though. Just drops the bat, does this one to Kanasane. A lot of Pete Monica saying that they love the field and the trees and the sound of the birds, making the match adorable. Oh, it's good, it's good. It's a beautiful ground here, and I have to say as well, the LOC have looked after us well this morning. This is up in the air though. Oh, and put down. Oh, that is a real tough chance that goes begging there. And Kanasane gets dropped then for just the one run. It was a tricky chance though, wasn't it, for Justin Sharjee? And he's probably thinking, well, everything I touch almost turns to gold, but not this time around. That one was just out of his reach. So Kanasane gets an early life on one. Justin Sharjee. Wow. He's in the wickets, but not in the catches, unfortunately. Here's Aladdin Jackson then. His first delivery, and again, just pushes this one. It feels like quite a negative mentality straight up here. It does seem and feel as if early wickets have fallen here for France, and they're almost batting within themselves here. And you kind of need the opposite, really, don't you? That's where you need sort of come out all guns blazing, keep the pedal to the metal. They're almost just coming out and just scared to get out almost, which is just a complete wrong mentality at this point. You just sort of feel that if you keep letting them dog you down, they're going to take you out of the game very quickly. Again, just pushes at this one. Good areas though. It's hard to get away this from Singh at the moment. Already you can see there, Aladdin Jackson, just signs of frustration. You don't, again, have to be a body language expert. You can see trying to get off the mark, rushes down, gets sent back. Kanasane not looking to move anywhere. This is short, straight to Prasath, and well, again, Prasath with a bit of a loopy up and sort of apologises straight away because there's probably a slight run-out chance as Jackson looks very nervy at some point, but nevertheless, a great over from Singh. Only the one run comes off it. Score at the end of the power play. It's all about Malta at the moment. It's 27 for 4. There you can see it was just the rundown of this, of where we are at the moment. So the power play coming to an end. You can see that straight away the field sort of spreads, but doesn't spread drastically. Only the one extra fielder out. This one, he stays very low. You can see Kanasane was not a happy chappy with that one. He stays very low, doesn't it? Doesn't carry at all. It's quite a hard surface out there in the middle under that mat. It feels as if, I'm hazarding a guess at probably cement, but with these Astro pitches, you do sometimes just find a dead spot or two. Up in the air, no one there though. It'll just be run down to third man. And this is kind of what you have to do here, and it might not be the most exhilarating form of batting, but when you're 27, now 28 for 4, you've got to just nurdle your runs and take, extra runs. Any runs are crucial, and you can see now, look at that win percentage. Pretty much completely shifted the other way. It was 60-odd% for France at the start, and now look at that, 67% from Malta. So you have to feel that Malta are well in the driving seat at the moment, and you can really understand why. Sharjee again on the money. This time they do push the single, and I like that. That's more positive intent. That's giving Citizen Anand a bit of work behind the stumps. It's a keeper's worst nightmare when you get to throw out your ankles. It's the last thing you want. Yeah, this is what I was talking about from that intent. There's always a run at the edge of the 30-yard circle, especially in this format. You've got to be pushing it, and they just haven't been looking to do so, but possibly a change of mentality here. Well, this one is a full toss, and no ball's been called straight away on field. bit of running and a good bit of fielding. A good cricket all round, apart from the bowling, but you can see there is sort of Sananen probably saying, man, I'm not exactly the tallest member. Anyway, it's going to be a no ball though, so there you can see free hit being signalled, so it'll be Aladdin Jackson who will be on strike. Take another look at this here though. This was the attempt at a run. He did have to get the dive in, but the throw wasn't quite pinpoint accuracy, was it, from Starship Patanka, who's at backward point. And again, one thing that, for those of you that didn't tune in to our ECS here in France a couple of weeks ago, is the use of the stumps, by the way. Of course, normally pretty bog standard is to have the base. These are in the ground, and it's, again, that sort of traditional feel of the game. Anyway, free hit coming up. Goes for it, and he's got enough of it this time. He does. This will be one bounce for questionable fielding from Wasim Abbas. He sort of took a while to get going and get round there. Had quite a lot of ground to cover, though. But Aladdin Jackson finally gets a boundary for France. Feels as if we've been waiting a long time. And it's a bit of a sigh of relief for the French here. There you go. That's what happened. Batting with freedom. There's no one at anywhere straight. I mean, it's a very wide mid-off. Or long offs, I should say, for where Abbas is. You can see they're coming all the way around. Can't quite judge the length of it. What's the response going to be then? Full toss finds the edge. Just runs down to third man. Quite the replica of the first over for Sharjah he was probably hoping for, but still, it's been a pretty good one, aside from the no ball and then the four, but they're still keeping the squeeze on, aren't they, at the moment? Driven straight to the man in cover, and it'll just be a dot. So again, another tidy over. Realistically, in the context of the game, it's not too much damage. 9 come off it. Score at the end of 7 is 36 for 4. They're having a look at the ball already. Good afternoon, Jeffrey says afternoon from the Philippines, watching both streams. Well, there you go. There you go, folks. We said earlier, you will have to be duo, quadruple screening at some points. Serious discussion about the ball out in the middle. There's clearly some unhappiness with it. The umps are now calling as well, so as if they do want a change of ball, which is interesting. To be honest, if I was Malta, I'd be pretty happy with it. Seems as if they're going to change it nonetheless. Yeah, of course, I will try and keep you updated with the scores out in Malta as much as I can. But I know a lot of people will be switching sort of back and forth, and the dulcet tones of myself and Vinny sort of intertwining with themselves. Yeah, of course, at the moment though, Punjab taking on Sivadate. Sivadate 69 for 2 off just 4.3, so that's mostly down to Ali, who's 44 off just 13, so it just shows you there's a lot of runs being scored out there. Not so much here at the moment though in France. It's relatively, it's all about the ball at the moment, both physically and metaphorically. You can see that they're having a conversation. The umpires, there's a discussion, some serious dialogue between the two. Again, I can't understand why Malta would be too upset with the ball. It's clearly working for them. Fluid's being taken on. Temperature is rising. It's a pretty nice and comfortable 17. Crime saying that the outfield is slow. It is a little bit longer, and you can just see there that's that third man region, or that, well, what is third man here for when we're at that non-strikers end, but just see that looks as if that is going to be Jaspal Singh, who's going to continue. He had, again, another good first over. Just went for one. You look at the over-by-overs story for this one here, and it was a good start, wasn't it? But that was mostly down to McKeown, but Niaz wasn't able to trouble them. This is just chipped up in the air again. Had to sort of check himself, really, through the covers. They'll come back for two. A little bit early on it, but he adjusted nicely. We haven't had an over that's gone for double figures here. Interestingly enough, looks as if our Blue Crew leader in Mahel is he's on a bit of wildlife watching at the moment. He's looking for some butterflies. He's enjoying himself. And again, just pushes at this one. Once more, just the outside edge though. So again, not quite the positive intent that I'm looking for, but it's there. They've shown signs of it. Just hasn't quite clicked for them. France, they've got to look at themselves here, and you know they go up against Malta again in the afternoon session, in the afternoon game later on. But a lot of things that they've got to do differently. It's another edge. This is going to fly away. Bit of work out there for Samuel Stanislas. He does quite well, in fairness. Uses all of his body, gets something behind it, and again comes back for two. And at this point, if you're France, you think, you know, you've still got, what's that, 12 and a half overs to go, and you almost potentially look at it as a T10 from 10 overs in and take it from that. But yeah, you are looking to give yourself something to bowl at here. I think you're probably hoping for something in and around that 120, 130 from here on in. Short ball, good take though, down the leg side, very good take. I've been very impressed by Sudarsana, and he's only small and he's a quick little nippy one behind the stumps. Starting position is not ideal, but he's more than happy to throw himself around, and you can't really say anything against him after that wonderful catch he took earlier on. Again, should just be hit out into the offside, just a single. So there's a bit of trying to get a bit of motivation out for the boys there, potentially for the Blues, or Les Bleus, I should say. French was never my strong part in school. This is hit nicely. There's a fielder out there though. Just be again another single. Bowling to the field here, and you can't go against it really. Malta are just they completely look levels above them at the moment. Bit of away movement off the seam more than anything, but again just checked his drive. That will be a wide ball. On the offside, however. You can see there, still getting a bit of movement off it in fairness, but unable to really get that length that he's been looking for. The line's also been an issue. This time the line's better. Leg's probably a bit still just too short. Just the one though. Yet again, it's tidy. It's tidy from Malta. It's tidy from Singh. 10 come off it, and finally they get an over that goes for a few. And that will be the end of the over. It is 46 for 4 after 8. This is a story so far, folks. McKeown looked nice at the top, but his partner, he went without troubling the scorers. Hamza Niaz just went for a one-ball duck. It was a golden duck. And he was back in the shed pretty quickly. And ever since then, it's been it's pretty same really for France. People getting in and getting out, and heat maps, you wouldn't want to look at them because it's straight in and straight back out. It's as if the skipper's going to come on though in Varun Prasath. Going to be Varun. He's going to take us into this here. Looks like he's changed up his style here a little bit. I haven't seen him in a long time. That's a good bit of work though from Zishan Khan out on the boundary. Keeps it down to just a single. Looks as if Prasad's more going for spin here rather than, he sort of bowls his, or from what I've been used to seeing him, he sort of bowls his medium paces, but this looks a little bit more spin-like. Little one-handed grab, look at that. In style as well with the shades on. You can't fault it. I should be saying, as someone who doesn't follow the ECN T10 events, it feels funny when he hears the commentator say our viewers find T20s different. Well, it is different entirely. It could be a chance here to run out, but he just couldn't turn around in time. Good areas though from Basath, asking the right questions. T20s, of course, the older brother of the T10. Back to live action here, and this is just pushed out to cover once more. Again, another dot. You've got a best of both worlds over the next couple of days with T10 and T20 on the network. This one, back of a length, but looking and thinking of two. Kind of Sane wanted it, but Jackson didn't want anything to do with it and ends up just being a single. That's good fielding though again from Zishan. Change of field. It's as if someone from the offside is now kind of come into that mid-wicket. Prasath, he's almost offering to them, saying, go on, take it on, it's there for you. And this time just too short, turns around the corner. Again, should just be a single. It's eventually cleaned up out in the deep. This one, just again in the right areas, in that good corridor from Basath. Just 4 off it. Once more, Malta still well on top here at the moment. 9 overs down, score 50 for 4.
Let's go, boys, let's go.
So at this point, you're probably looking and thinking, well, where do France go here? Nearing the halfway point, and you'd argue they just need to just take a bit of time, which they are doing. They're doing it the right way. They haven't lost a wicket for a fair amount of time now. It's going to be more spin, as Bikram Aurora is going to come out for this far end for us here. Yeah, haven't lost a wicket in a fair amount of time. Last one was lost back in the 5th. It was, of course, that 2 wickets that fell and just off Justin Sharji's over. Bikram Aurora, though, more spin. Left arm leggies, that's going to be a proper drag down to start. And, to be quite honest with you, Jackson very much missed out there. That was a Gundy ball that was asking to be hit. Does get a bit of turn off the pitch, but yeah, misses out that time around. So just the wide, bit of a loosener. Now the run up, not quite correct. Again, short, but he's not offering too much pace. He is really sort of holding back a little bit, to be honest. See, again, he is just trying to turn it around the corner, but it's not quite happening for him there. Aurora. This one is hit nicely into the onside yet again, though, straight to the fielder. Again, Malta just doing the basics right here. That's all they have to do, really, don't they? I mean, T20 is a game where it will ebb and flow. There will be moments where both sides will be on top. We've seen that already this morning. The first sort of over was looking very strong for France, and then the wicket changes it. This one just hit again, just for a single, down the ground for 1. Rob saying that he's addicted to T10. A lot of people are now. I think this is the thing, is it is completely different to what you sort of expect from cricket. But, you know, it's all about introducing cricket to the wider world of Europe. and introducing it to a lot of people for the first time, and you know, keeping it down to a minimum is probably the best way to do that, in all fairness. Comes down and we're asking the question, and umpire instantly not really interested whatsoever. Sneak through for a single. It's going to be a leg by as well. See here, comes down, doesn't he? Worth a shout. If you don't ask, you don't get, but too many negatives and too many reds in that column for me. Last ball then of the 10th. Will just be a dot. So it's again another superb over from the spinners working in tandem. I believe that's the last ball of the over. That's what we've got, and it is. There we go. It will be the end of the 10th, and it will be 54 for 4, and it will be a drinks break for both sides out there and the officials as well. So it gives us a chance to just have a look at a couple different things here, and you can see they're going to be taking on some fluids, and well, the French are playing a bit of football, but I want to focus on the cricket at the moment, lads. And you can just see what we can do is talk about May Madness is what we've got. You can see this is where we are with current events going on, are the top two on your screen. You've got Italy with the ECS at the moment, and we've got ECIs and ECIWs coming up later this weekend. We're here in France for the Mdina Cup. Estonia, the ECS in Estonia gets underway on Monday, of course. And I know that I'll be there for the second week of that ECS, and then I'll be covering those ECIs and ECIWs as well. And then we've got a night series running, so that'll be exciting, of course, going back to Coimbra. Looking forward to watching that unfold. A lot of familiar names and faces in Portuguese cricket, and then we're in the Netherlands for quite a long time, aren't we? You can see there we've got T20s, T20Is, and some T20I international women's games as well. So certainly looking forward to that. Then it's the return of the Continental Cup as well. So more T20s coming your way. And then, of course, a lot of people looking out for that one at the bottom of your screens there. It's that ECS in England, of course. Going to be some thrilling cricket in all of those different locations. So, folks, I mean, if that's not an advert for subscribing to the European Cricket Network, I don't know what is. Because there's plenty of action coming your way. You won't want to miss out on any of it. So do make sure you do hit that subscribe button. And let us know where you'll be. Let me know in the chat what you're most looking forward to. I know a lot of people are fans of every time we visit Portugal. Of course, we were there earlier on in the year for the ECS. And Jules, yeah, straight away, Jules saying a night series. I'll be watching games for 14 hours a day. That's the thing. There'll be cricket non-stop for a long, long time. Yeah, Vinny Sandu in the chat as well, just saying Made Madness. I like that. It's a good one, Vinny. I'll give you that one. Credit where credit's due. Made Madness is certainly, I mean, that's the thing. All those events that you're seeing on your screen there, all those events taking place in May. And people say that, you know, normally it's the summer that's the busy periods. Well, I wouldn't class May as a summer, and I'd argue that's pretty busy. It's as if our hydration period is over. It looks as if we're ready to go back to live action. It is going to be the skipper in Prasath, going to carry us on into the 11th here. Turns this into the onside for just one. Field starts to spread now a little bit more. They've sort of got the sort of four angles, the three angles more than anything. They've got someone on the mid-wicket cover at point, and then a sort of 45-degree angle on the offside. And their men out. The stereotypical backward point, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. Punched into the offside. Bit of work for Sharju. Makes more work for the keeper instead of Sananen. This is, a lot of people are saying that this is what we're saying. You've got to get some more screens going. You end up looking like you own part of the NASA space station. Got him, gone. And well, the saying that drinks often brings wickets has come to fruition here. Prasath, again, simple game of cricket, keeps it straight. Jackson plays all round it. It's not the first time we've seen a wayward shot lead to the downfall of a batter. And Aladdin Jackson is the next one to go. France looking down the barrel of what could be a very tricky total to defend. Good bit of bowling. The angle helps him, doesn't it? He's tall as well. Into the top and middle and off. And it's another one. Another one that falls. Another one bites the dust. 56 for 5 now. In fairness, he did do a job, didn't he? Came in and joined Kanasani out in the middle when things were just looking very negative and was able to sort of rotate the strike a little bit. Partnership worth a fair few, in all honesty. Jackson came in at 26 for 4 and leaves at 56 for 5. So he's, he's almost doubled what he was expecting, or what was expected of him. So new batter comes out as Usman Khan, leading wicket taker last time around. Khan, certainly no stranger to scoring runs as well. He's facing up against Prasath here. This is down inside, and almost everything's happening here. And I think he's going to be gone, and he is. And you can see there, everything has happened at once there, folks. There was an appeal and a catch, and then I think Siddhasanan realises that, well, there's also a chance of a run out here because the new batter in Usman Khan just looked to get going here. Oh, he's gone, isn't he? That's an excellent on-field call. And you can see that Siddhasanan, and he knew straight away. And oh dear, well, that's 2 in 2 now. And Khan, who I was just about to say is no stranger to the bat, he's got a handful of runs on the network. Well, he's not going to add to that. He's going to go for a first pull duck. It's a golden Derek. I don't know if we're going to see a golden Derek, maybe. Not sure. Here he is. Derek's made the move across. He's got back to us, and that's going to be the first one. Khan. Well, he goes, and all of a sudden, Prasath's on a hat trick here. Okay, then, here we go. Next batter is in already. I tell you what, he wasn't scared of taking on, was he? He was pretty excited to get out there. Won't be actually, but still. There was obviously a bit of pad on that because it's not been given as a wide, a stumping off a wide. So that's Cameron Amatai who's come out. He offs it again, proper, really offering some loop and some air here, isn't he? Putting it above the batter's eye line and offering the option. Doesn't take it on though. Great over again. 2 runs coming off it, but 2 big wickets as well. France at the end of 11. Struggling along, teetering along at 56 for 6. You can see this is where we are, folks, here at the beautiful Trust Sports Cricket Club. Stunning ground, stunning cricket facilities. There's nets as well behind me where I'm located. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think many people would have had this at the moment on their cards. Bikram Aurora, this is going to be hit nicely down the ground. This will take some cutting off. They're not going to get there. That'll be 4 runs. A sigh of relief finally. Kanasani gets one going. It was just 2 straight and 2 full from Bikram Aurora. Kanasani very quick to pounce on that one, and that'll be 4 to the total. There's a lot of noise out there from this Malta side. Look, you can see, probably could have got down and given it a go, but opted not to. So Aurora probably won't be too happy to watch that one back. And again, good response though from Aurora. Gets it right once more. Too short, and that's going to run away. That'll be another boundary. Can't bowl there, and Aurora, he knows better. And no real surprise. Kanasani missed out on a similar delivery not too long ago, but now motors along here, doesn't he? That's 2 boundaries in 3 balls, and that's something that we probably haven't quite come to expect of France this morning. Still didn't medal it though, did he? Had to really catch up with it. But still, helped it on its way. Now just dabs this down to third man for just a dot. Lofted up in the air. There is a fielder out there, but it's wide of him, and that'll be 4. So again, Kanesane, we know what he's capable of. We know he can do it. It's just a matter of staying out there and giving yourself the opportunity to do so. And this time, once more, gets enough, and that'll be another boundary. So 4 carreras más. This time opting for the leggy and just helps it with the spin. Good batting from Kanesane. Finds the gap 4 more. Now changes it to the off this time, does find the fielder. So not scared of changing it up and offering variety, but still nice to see a bit of intent and some successful intent from Kanesane. A good over for France, 12 comes off it. Score at the end of 12 is 68 for 6. Story. You can see there, 2 overs apiece for everyone, so it's been relatively happy to spread it out. Come back though to live, and this one is going to start us off with a dot. So now, for those eagle-eyed and eagle listeners that were listening earlier on in the game, I said your spinners will play a crucial part in your in those middle overs. Keep you scattling through. That's what we're seeing at the moment. Aaron Prasad proving to be the trickier of the two to deal with, picking up a wicket and only going for what would now become 7 runs. Good to see a couple of wide brims out as well, by the way. Spotted that, both long on and long off with the wide brims on. Slower delivery. Yeah, just a dot though. Kanesane, he's got to take the ball by the horns now, isn't he? He's got to be the man that kicks on here. He's made a start, just less than run a ball. Goes for it again, and again picks the gap. He's been very successful in that mid-wicket region, and that will certainly, again, help proceedings for France. Kanesane moves on to 28 now. That's, again, another 4 more to the total. You can see here, anything in that area. That was the ball previous. It's the ball after, but of course, went to the fence. There's a genuine fence down there as well. I think this one might be it. See, just in the blocker, really, in the slot, and all the fielders could do is just watch that one go past. What's the response going to be? It's a shorter ball, and again, hit firmly. And it's again going to be 4 more, so in the exact same area as the previous. And Kanesane really looking to motor along now. Finally, a bit of fight from the French here. You can see there, Prasad, the skipper. He knows he's not bowling to his field here. He's not proving consistent after what was a good first couple of overs. The third is not exactly paying off for him at the moment. There's a discussion now between skipper and fielder, and that's Bikram and Aurora. The spinners having a conversation between themselves. I think they're also looking for a new ball as well. It's been clattered into those barriers, those fences over there in that mid-wicket area. Going through the old cricket balls, are we, at the moment? Not exactly scared to top and change them. Pretty sure I've just seen a new ball thrown on, the old ball thrown off, and then thrown back on again, and then the other way again. Very confusing. Just throwing balls out there for no reason. Bit of fun, anyway. That's well played. Good cricket. Straight delivery, just fends it away. Doesn't need to take any risk, really, does he? He's already got 2 boundaries off the over. Had those up with the 3 in the previous. It's a pretty good end to, again, another good over for France. Kanasane is leading the comeback here for France. Score at the end of 13, 77 for 6. And it is, again, a pleasure to have you alongside myself here on the European Cricket Network with me, Charlie Hunt here, and yeah, pretty evenly poised once again. And still, you'd say Malta leading the front here, leading the pack. France not far behind though, mostly down to Kanasane, who's 32 off 28. Everyone else around him failing, in all honesty. No other way to put it.
That's it, go on, inside.
Of course, there'll be a lot of looks towards what to expect from the Malta side with the bat. Of course, Basil George is in the lineup. Stanislaus again with the bat. Prasath is also someone you've got to look at. Here's Miguel, the opener, is going to come back on, and well, this is going to start with runs straight away. I have a feeling it's going to be 4, and it will be. Gets to the fence, and finally, someone other than Kanasane gets in the run. It's Ahmadzai gets off the mark in terms of boundaries. Yeah, that's the first one for him on his account. Waits on it nicely, plays it off the full. See that. And a lot of folks are probably thinking, well, what's this new angle we've got here? There's an issue where a tree blocks our view of that mid-wicket area, so plopped a camera there so we can see what's going on at all times. What's the response from you guys then? Similar area, but this time they plugged the gap. Good comeback this time. Ramos asking how big are the boundaries? Well, I'm not too sure officially, but I'd hazard a guess that somewhere probably around about anywhere between the 70 and 80, I reckon. That's probably where I'd go. Drags onto the onside. There's a fielder out in the deep. Going to come back for the second. Again, pretty comfortable running. That's Jaspal Singh out there. And once again, much to the applause of the French side sat in the dugout. You sort of look at them, and if I'm the sort of lower order in the bowlers, I'm probably going to be a little bit annoyed with me top order for not working at all this morning. Be a wide on the offside from Mughal. Interesting that he's had a change of angle. He was pretty successful coming left arm over the wicket. He's gone to round now to the right hander in Ahmadzai. Possibly just looking to change that angle, keep the batter on their toes. Change of angle isn't quite working for him because he lost his line and length completely here. It's 2 wides now. Extras haven't been too much of an issue, in all honesty, for France here, for Malta I should say, but it's a lovely shot. This is a nice check drive over the top, and this will again be runs. So Ahmadzai showing the top order how it's done here. Proving to be a nice little partnership this now at the moment. Score moves along to 89. That's 4 more. I'll be surprised as to if I don't see Mughal change his angle soon, because it's not working. He's bowling in the same areas and he's gone for runs both times. And if I'm the skipper in Varun, I'm probably asking questions here because, well, it worked first time. Why have you changed it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. He sticks with the around the wicket. Now he's going to go for runs into the onside here. This one has cleared the rope. This will be 6 runs. Lovely shot from Ahmadzai. The lower order, the tail is wagging here for the French. And well, that's now 3 boundaries in the over, and this has been the most expensive one yet. Ahmadzai moves on to 17 off just 9. There's a bit of fight in the old dog left, isn't there? You can see He knew straight away he caught that out the screws, and that's a fair old hit out there, and you're probably looking at about to clear it as far as he did. That's probably about 85, 90 meters. It's a big old hit. What's the response though? You will need something here. It does change angle.
Good ball, boy. Good ball, boy. Good ball, boy. That's the line. That's
Sometimes
the line.
it is nice to get a bit of, I don't know, a bit of clarification that sometimes I know what I'm talking about. Changes the angle, gets a dot to finish at the end of the over. It's a great over for the French, with 18 coming off it. Score 95 for 6 after 14. Look at that, by the way. First time we've had that here today. 50-50. Very evenly poised at the moment, and that's just simply due to the last couple of overs. There's a few where they went boundaryless between the 8th and the 11th, in all fairness. And then since then, we've had 8 boundaries in the last 3 overs, so not exactly struggling. But they are going to go back to their hitman in Wasim Abbas. He's got 2 overs left in his spell. They've still got overs from the likes of Sharju. He's still got 2 left. Singh, if they look to go to him. And then your spinners, you've also got a couple left each. So good captaincy. I like this from Varun. You know, this is the thing as well. They can't let this little period. Put them down. This is a great shot up in the air. This is going to be 6 runs. Beautiful timing from Kanisane. And this is what we know this man can do. He loves it in that area. Anything on his pads and anything in the slot is going to go. And Ken doesn't look to overhit this, and I think that's the key crucial area that he doesn't look to overhit. And that does bring up the 100 for France as well. Bring it up in the 15th. Lovely shot there, this from Kanisane. In the slot, lofted over the top. Beautiful shot. Abbas needs a response. It's wider. This is right off the toe. Just the one. Good little change up. Question in there from Rashifi, just asking who the umpires are. Standing, we've got Niaz Chowdhury and Atif Zahir. And Atif Zahir is the 3rd umps for this one.
Good ball. That's the ball.
That's well bowled. That's well bowled. Wide Yorkers are crucial at this point. It's almost the go-to for this sort of period in a T20 game. And just showing us a fine example of how to execute it. Well, tries again, but gets this one too wide, unfortunately. Again, heavy length.
Good ball, boy. Good comeback. Good comeback.
Heavy length, but doesn't offer him any room. I think that's the key thing when it comes to bowling that sort of length. You can't be offering any width because they will take you on, especially at this time of the game. In this instance, with 5.3, 5.2 overs left. Offered width and gone up here. And the batter, well, he wasn't waiting. He was going to be waiting around for a signal. And the umpire finally does give it, and it will be gone. So a good little partnership, though, in all fairness, from Ahmadzai. Goes out there. He had one job to do, which was to try and get runs quickly, and he did so in the context of the game. 17 off 13 for him. Good little cameo. Comes to an end, though, and it's another stat for Sudarsananen behind the stumps. This time, easier than the first. Makes no mistake. Score 103 for 7. He can be pretty content, though, can Ahmadzai. He's come out at a pretty tricky time. So, of course, that was Kamran Ahmadzai. Dawood Ahmadzai is going to come in at 9. Someone's just got to... Well, there's one thing that Ahmadzai's got to do here. Block this one out. You've got a ball left. You want Kanisane on strike. You don't want to be getting yourself on strike once more. Let it go. Block it. Whatever you do, don't run. Last ball coming up. It wasn't exactly scared of it. He certainly was looking to go for it, wasn't he? He wasn't listening to me, was Ahmadzai. That was a valiant effort at chasing the wider delivery. It's a good shot. And they take the single, so clearly trusting in Ahmadzai. Probably can't really turn down singles yet, can you, at this point? A little bit early for that. End of the over. It's an interesting one. There was a 6 that came off it, couple of wides, but they picked up the wicket as well, did Abbas. So again, looking at some decent figures for him at the end of what will be his spell. Score is 105 for 7 after 15. See there as well. Got some flashing lights on our stumps as well, which is always fun. I've always said that those during the day are a little bit pointless, but they look cool, don't they? They look the part. Prasath with a change of ends here, asking the question straight away. And gone, given. Umpire took a long time to have a look at this. And unfortunately for Ahmadzai, he got the single at the end of the over, and he's probably now wishing he never took it, because he goes the very next one, and Prasath picks up his second. A lot going right for this one. And from that angle, you probably can't tell too much, but I don't think it was caught. I think it was more probably going to be given as LB. And this angle might tell us a little bit more information. Certainly wasn't caught. Definitely caught in front though, wasn't he? He was stuck, and no foot movement, stuck on the crease, and he will go for just another 1 run. Prasath picks up his second. It's 105 for 8, running the risk of getting bowled out here for not very many are France. And Malta, if they're gonna, if they get 2 big overs in the start, in the first 6 of the power play, could be game over before it's even started. Zahir Sahiri is the new batter. Again, good areas from Prasath. That sort of area is one where you don't know, you're not too certain whether to go forward or go back. Very stuck there, did no foot movement whatsoever. And again, can't get him away, but they take him on here. That's good running. Very good running. Kanesane called him through very quickly. He wants to get on strike, and rightfully so, to be honest. The man's 39 off 30. He's got to face, if you're going to get up to a decent total here, out of the next 21 deliveries, he's got to face 21 of them. He has to, at this point in. He's got to face as many of the next 21 deliveries as possible. That's exactly why, because that'll be pulled for 6. Lovely shot. And the fielder, there was a fielder out there at deep square leg, but he took a couple of steps in and then realised it was soaring over his head, and nothing he could have done about that. Kanesane gets on strike and gets a Maximo back to his name. Moves into the 40s. That's too short from Prasath, and he knows it. You can see there straight away. Tried the quicker one. Didn't pay off for him though. This will now just be hit down the ground. This should and just will be one. And to be honest with you, you'd probably take that. Now you're definitely probably not thinking of running here, to be honest with you. Kanesane has to be on strike for the next over. He's got to be. Yeah, look at that non-striker's end, by the way. Unmoved. He was not going for anything, for no love nor money. End of the over, and it's a mixture of success for both sides. Wicket falling, but a 6 coming as well. Score at the end of 16 is 113 for 8. Good spell from Varun. For me, it's a new look for Varun, with opting for spin rather than seam up. And he does well, doesn't he? Just goes for the 23 runs, picks up 2 wickets in there as well. 2 big scalps as well, with Jackson, who was building a nice partnership with Kanesane. He went, and then he picked up Dawu Yamatai as well. So a couple of people just wondering on the format of this tournament. It's round robin up until the table format, and then there's the final. One game on Sunday, starting at 11 o'clock. That'll be between the sides that finish first and second. Unfortunately for third, there's nothing for third, I'm afraid. Abbas continues here as Kanasane looking to maximise the extra bit of pace that Abbas carries. It's going to be a dead ball. Doesn't find his rhythm. Seen that quite a lot here today already in just 3/4 of the first innings. Oh, hit firmly, but straight into the non-striker. That one would have hurt as well. And they're going to have to check this. I think it's straight into his chest. Zahiri, don't rub it. That's going to be a sore one. You can see he says he's okay. But watch out. I mean, this came at him quick. Look at this, straight into him. Had no time to react. Those evasive measures of sort of just turning his body and uses his arms for protection. But still, glad to see he's okay. Kanasane, he'll probably be furious, to be honest. Certainly at least a run or two there with that shot. He hit it pretty well. Zahiri owes him a couple at least. Abbas gets away with it though. Firmly hit once more. Straight to a fielder though. Sath does the work for just one. And that's a win for Malta. That's a real win. Sath just saying, come on, let's do the basics right. We've done them so far. Let's not switch off. Exactly right with his thinking there though, to be fair. Off the splice, doesn't quite find the middle. That'll be one though, so not a bad result. Gets Kanasane on 47, back on strike. Been a great innings from Kanasane, hasn't it? You've got to, credit where credit's due. Go back to when he came in. I mean, came in at a time where things were looking pretty glum and gloomy. Oh, this is up in the air. It's a beautiful shot. That's going to be a long chase for Mughal, and he's not going to get there. That'll be 4, and that'll be 50 for Kanasane. An international 50, not his first. Of course, has a higher score in the 80s for him. I don't know what Mughal's trying to do out there. He's a nightmare. But let's not take it away from Kanasane. Excellent shot to bring up your half century. Gets down on one knee, helps it over, and gets kicked over the rope, doesn't it? 51 off just the 36 deliveries as Mughal. I don't know if we got that, but Mughal had a bit of a nightmare trying to throw the ball back in. Anyway, Kanasane, he's played a brilliant inning so far. He's got to continue though, isn't he? That's good cricket. Good, sensible cricket. Will just be a single. Keeps the strike. Very mature innings this from a young man. At the end of 17, 120 for 8. Glad to see that I wasn't the only one. He didn't miss out on that bit of comical stuff from you. Had a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, credit where credit's due for Lingaswara and Kanasane here. I mean, yeah, coming in at a time where almost no runs on the board. Came in at 26 for 4, did Kanasane, and he's got them all the way up to 120 for 8. So certainly helping them on the way. But a superb innings. 6 4s, 2 6s in there as well.
Third man, le lo andar, third man.
It'll be interesting to see, of course, what the timings is like for Malta here in the field. Here we go. And we might get a look at this one here. This is what we missed out earlier. That was the kick over. And if we keep on going, here we go. He's had a nightmare. He's had a nightmare. He's lost it. Anyway, back to live action. And this is going to be Sharju comes back into the attack. They've got to go for 2 here. Got to turn and go. Good throw at the right end. Might have him in trouble. Doesn't. Comes back for 2. Superb stuff, this. You'd probably say that the fielder's got to be doing a little bit better there, but just beat. Again, just 2, but a good 2 at the end.
Marne do.
This is out there, doesn't he?
Bowling. Vicky bhai, वो क्रॉस खेल रहा है, पंजान को अंदर करो, इसको भी बाहर करो.
This is out on that one. Ends up going past his shoulder. It's a good bit of bowling from Sharju, but again, another change in the field here. Probably my only critique is the field's not being set correctly, but the fielding itself has not been an issue. Slice of the bat. Should just be 1. And he's had a slip here.
Good one.
Now they'll come back, and I did see that he's okay, but he'll be frustrated at that. Took a proper tumble.
No single.
Brushes himself off though. Zahiri just has to think 1, just 1, anything on it. Get him on strike. He tries to, but doesn't quite happen. That's good fielding though. Fielder was alert, knew what the situation was going to be, that he was going to be looking to motor along. I don't think he would have been in any trouble. He was back pretty comfortably, in all honesty.
Ball ground में बिल्कुल जा ही नहीं रही. Bowling boy, bowling. Stop bowling, Justin.
Right areas. Here's Sharju. I've been impressed with his bowling, in all honesty and fairness, because bowled well, didn't he? Picked up 2 in his first over and didn't offer too much. He kept it relatively tight after that as well.
How was
This one going down the leg side. Good bit of pace though. Extra bit of possibly the effort ball from Zahiri. Certainly going down the leg side. Anyway, that'll be the end of the over. Checking as to whether or not, and it's 123 for 8 then. 2 overs to go. They've got to be looking at potentially one. You look at it now and you go, you know, you've got to go big here. You've got someone who's 55 or 40. Got to be looking at potentially 140. I think 150 on this track's a little bit tricky. But still, anywhere in the 140 is certain. They would have bitten your arm off, I think, if you offered them 140 at a point where they were, what, 26 for 4, 56 for 5. So they certainly have done well out of nowhere, really, France. They've got themselves certainly back into this. Here's Mughal. This is hit firmly. This is a lovely shot. This is brilliant from Kanisani. Brilliant form of hitting. Knew that there was a man at deep mid wicket, so used the wrist a little bit more and gets it away nicely. Don't bowl there to him, because he will utilise it to full effect. 4 more. Well, that 140 now looks well within reach. Still though, supercomputers running along at 50%, or 51.49 to be fair, but doesn't get much trickier than that to make a call at the moment. So the change of ends from Mughal, of course, started at the top end. This is slapped down the ground. Zishan Khan straight to him, and they're not going to take on his arm, and rightfully so. That'll just be 1, and yeah, good cricket knowledge that. What end to go at. no mistake. Yeah, well bowled. And this is probably where you do start turning down singles. Could they have turned down that one? I mean, they were probably thinking there'd be two there, but not to Zishan Khan's arm. And unfortunately, it now means that Sahiri's now at the wrong end. Kind of Sani to be at facing as many balls as possible. He's getting starved at the strike at the moment. That's better. Good cricket. Sensible cricket. Just gets bat on ball. Means that the in-batter faces, hopefully, the last two balls of the over. Means he's got this ball to throw everything at it. Get a single on the last. Well, all guns blazing in the final over, in theory. Hey, cricket's a simple game. When you talk about it, it's about doing it is the question. Well, throws everything at it and gets all of it. That's the biggest one of the day. Maximo time here, and gets them up to the 130s, 135 to be exact here, with just over and over to go. France still alive, well, and kicking here at the moment. That might be a new ball, please, I have a feeling. Maybe not. We found it. Look at this one, though. Too short. And he's seeing it like a balloon now, isn't he? Picks it up nicely. That's 6 on any ground. That went a long way off that bat. And the crack of leather on Willow is a sound that any cricket enthusiast will enjoy. Never gets tired of. Malta, though, probably kicking themselves a little bit here, wouldn't they? They had them very much under pressure. This is just got to be one here, surely. Oh dear. It's not what they would have hoped for, France. And when he's just trying to nurdle it around the corner just to get one, he ends up playing a false shot and gets done. All ends up by Mughal. Picks up a wicket that he probably didn't really deserve, but in all honesty, he bowled straight and full, knew what he'd be trying to do. It's pretty clever bowling in the end. Full, straight, knew he was going to try and turn it around and plays all around it, but an excellent innings nonetheless from an incredible batter in a young Kanasani. We know what he's about. We've seen him before, and he can walk off with his head held high. He's got his team out of what was a horrible position, and rightfully so, comes off to a large amount of applause. An incredible innings comes to an end. 66 off 44, striking at 150, and he can be happy. He gets a pat on the back. Skipper in McKeown is happy with his doings. But still, need to get them going here. 135 for 9 then. Last overtime. It is Sharji. Be one to start. Push it really, do they? No, not looking to take it on drastically. That's Sajjad Stanikzai, who is the number 11, genuine number 11, I have a feeling. This is up in the air, should be a chance, and taken. So that will be a golden duck for Stanikzai, and that will be the end of him, and it'll be the end of the innings as well. So credit where credit's due. In fairness, France, they got themselves out of a very tricky situation, staring down the barrels of what could have been 80 all out, but they managed to get up to just short of that 140. They get up to 136 as Stanikzai looking to go big. Genuine number 11, looks to go big, and unfortunately picks out the fielder in the onside. And it's a good catch. Had a bit of airtime in all honesty. But, well, Derek's having a bit of an adventure. There we go, we're getting going here. And there he is, golden Derek for our man in Stanikzai. So he walks off. France, they're bowled out then, just short of their 20 overs. That'll be disappointing for them that they don't bowl out their full allotted 20 overs. But France have set 137 runs for victory as they finish on 136. This was the last wicket that fell. And you can see here, it was a pretty good Good catch, in all honesty, from the man out in the deep. Made no mistake, didn't he? And made it look pretty comfortable. In all honesty, it was a pretty simple catch, to be fair. But France, they've got it all to do. Pretty evenly poised here at the moment, as we know that these two are going to look to get going again. I mean, you've got to look at the likes of France. They know that they're going to have to really apply the pressure, apply the squeeze early on, and look to try and get things going when it comes to defending this total. Let's have a look at the highlights then here, folks. And yeah, it all started off with Gustav McKeown. He looked pretty good, didn't he, at the top of the order? Got a few boundaries under his name, looked good into the offside, but this was the great start that Malta were looking for. A ripper behind the stumps, which removed the very dangerous Hamza Niaz for a golden quacker. And I tell you what, he probably wasn't hoping for that this morning, and you can see there. But this was not too long after. Great catch by Jaspal Singh, running over his shoulder. Takes an excellent grab. And that was sort of the beginning of the end for the top order, really. No one else looked comfortable. Drag-ons and full shots left, right and centre. And then we saw wickets galore, and Prasad bowled well, didn't he? His off-spin was pretty useful. That was an excellent bit of work again. He's had a very good first morning, Sudarsananen with the gloves. He'll be content with his efforts, but it's all about that man for France, for Ninjasaran Kanasane. He was excellent with the bat, getting a half-century, another international half-century to his name. He'll be happy with that. Also getting his team up to a score that they can certainly have a bowl at. That's the thing. I mean, the last thing you want to do is give yourself not give yourself anything to bowl at, and you're sort of going out there with no hopes, really. There was a nice little cameo, though, from... That was Cameron Ahmedzai, 17 off 13 for him with a 6 to his name. And this was, again, one of the best of the day from Ganasani. Lofted off drive. No, it doesn't really get much better than that. Another bit of a keep, another catch, another stab for Ganasani. Well, he went for a catch here, even though it was down LBW, but he still wanted to get the catch in on camera anyway. And from Ganasani, he carried on going, didn't he? And that was a great way to bring up his half-century. Ended up getting into the 60s, didn't he? And he looked well for it as well. He took his time. I think that was the thing. His innings was well spaced and well looked at. He kind of gave himself an opportunity. Knew what the ability of what he has in him. And yeah, carried on going. Hit some beautiful shots into that onside. This again too short from Ugal. He had a bit of trouble with his line and length at times, but did pick up the wicket of Ganasane eventually. That was how he was gone. He was just trying to nurdle a single to keep the strike for the end of the over, but unfortunately it didn't happen, and it did mean that, well, number 11 came out, and well, the story was pretty short for him. He was gone. First ball meant that France were bowled out for 136 here, meaning that Malta, they will need 137 runs for victory here in the first game of the Mdina Cup. And there you can see they're all bowled out. Zahiri was the last man going, but only one batter getting above 20 is not good enough in a T20 for France. Kanasane, without him, they very, very much would have struggled. Looking forward to the response, though. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time. And yeah, looking forward to see what the response is from Malta. They've got it all to do. They know what they have to do. They know that they're capable of it as well. Looking forward to it. Make sure you return as you're watching the Mdina Cup right here with me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good morning, welcome back to the Jura Sports Cricket Club here in Jura, France, where we are ready and getting things underway for the second half of the first match of the Mdina Cup here in 2024. It is France taking on Malta. Malta have been set 137 runs for victory here as the fielders take their way out to the middle. Umpires making their way as well, shortly followed by the opening batters of Malta. It looks as if it's going to be Zishan Khan opening up alongside Basil George here. Now, there are rumours of an injury for Basil, so we'll see as to what the extent of the truth of the rumours are. You can see there France making their way out, and I think they know that they've probably got away with one here this morning. They really, really underperformed at the top order with the bat. Did not look happy at all, and they managed, or one batter managed to get them out of it, really managed to sort them out and work on that score and getting them up to something to bowl at, because without them they really would have struggled. There you can see young Gus McKeown, skipper for France at just 20 years of age. No real surprise, to be honest. I mean, so much cricket and so much experience for such a young man. And I can say that he's younger than me. It's very rare that a sort of fine players younger than me, but they're starting to sort of appear now. Just shows you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, mentioned earlier, played a lot of cricket. He's played cricket in both hemispheres. He's played a lot out in Australia. Of course, plays for Perth, CC. He's played for Horsford in Norfolk as well. So I know there'll be a lot of people eagerly watching to see his development. But 137 the target. There's Boom Boom Basil. And we know what he's like. We know what Zishan Khan's like as well. Zishan Khan's got an international T20 century to his name. He's going to start off here up against the pretty quick bowling of Zahir Sahiri. Going to start off with a dot. So Zahir Sahiri is, of course, left arm over the wicket, bowling in the good areas already. Zishan Khan, classic Khan style. I remember seeing Zishan for the first time back in the Valletta Cup back in 2022, and very much straight away his technique is get that front leg out of the way and sort of make things easier and open his arms, and no real surprise that was what he saw him do there, and well, make an effort to try anyway. Boom Boom Basil, left arm, right hand combination at the top of the order is something to contend with as well for France. Boom Boom Basil then. Just fends this one away, has a little look. Looks to me that he's pretty comfortable. He doesn't seem in any discomfort or anything, but of course we'll go on to see how true that ends up being. Good news is as well as the sun's out, and I reckon the sun's out to stay. It's now got up to 18 degrees. It's pretty comfortable, pretty lovely at the moment. Could see a few spectators in and around the ground as well. Nice shot. There's a man at long on though, so that'll just be one straight away. Field in and out for the right hand, left hand. 137 as well. Very gettable target, realistically. That'll be a wide. A little bit too full, a little bit too far away. Umpire turns around and says, no, come on, get back in line. Zishan lets it go through as well. Doesn't look too uncomfortable. Yeah, Zishan can't. He's an avid viewer and an avid fan of ECSs and enjoys watching, so it's always nice to see when he gets a chance to show his talents. This could be a chance in the field though, and it is taken, so we won't get to see any more of it this time around. That's a great catch by Cameron Ahmadzai. He had a bit of a flourish with the bat, and now gets it right involved this time around with the ball in the field. And that's going to be the first wicket to go, and it is Ishan Khan. Goes for just the single. And Zahiri picks up his first wicket of the tournament. Malta 3 for 1. Good catch. In this, in the context, he had to get there, and he did well. Did the fielder out there, of course, in Cameron Ahmadzai, but yes, Ishan Khan's got a good international record, but he now has to go back to the shed, so his involvement in this game's over, and unfortunately he will go, but out comes the man Mountain himself in Darshit Patanka. Comes in at 3. See a bit of confusion there. There was a bracket score. That, of course, is only due to our T10. Doesn't apply to T20s internationals in this context as well. So Boom Boom Basil, he's lost his opening partner as Patanka comes in at 3. The man Mountain, a nice shot to get off the mark, just clips into the onside, and that's a good example there of, well, just how slow this outfield is. It's not the quickest. It could certainly do with a cut or two, I'd say. End of the first though. Good one for France on top early on. 4 for 1 after 1. At this point, of course, you can see there's Makio, and he's very much wanting to set his field and get it right. There were some very heavy conversations in that break of field sets and who goes where. And the man, he took a good catch just a matter of a few deliveries ago. Cameron Ahmadzai, he's going to come on and bowl the second over here. Good areas, good pace. First look at him here, and pretty impressed. He's got a few runs, took a catch, good start with the ball as well. A little bit of an away movement there. Again, natural movement, keeps it inside. Patanka just lets it through. The run rate sat at 7 and over, which in the context of a T20 game actually shouldn't be too tricky. And of course, the only issue could be wickets for them. That run rate should not be too much of an issue, especially when the field sort of spreads out a little bit more. Ones become available. Just drop some runs, good cricket. I'm going to take him on and applying pressure to the field, which is not what France seemed to do in the first innings. There's a lot of leisurely running. Ones weren't being taken when they potentially could have been. Push through means Boom Boom Basil himself can come on strike. Properly cut him up there straight away. George looking a little bit undone by that one. Ahmadzai getting a bit of lift off this. Take another look here, to show us a good angle. We can see there. Just sort of squares him up, cuts him up a little bit, turns him inside out. Basil just sort of pretty happy that he doesn't get anything here. And this one, it's through, hit firmly. George will just get a single. Again, great over this from Ahmadzai. Really good over. You can see there, that was what he was trying. So he's got to take him. Again, this is what we saw. Kanesani gave himself three to 5 overs, in fairness, of trying to give himself an opportunity, and it ended up paying off. Good wheels. Very good wheels from Ahmadzai. Pushes it through, and that will be the close of the second. France on top this time around at the start of this innings. It's 6-1 after 2. And no real surprise to see that Ahmadzai is getting some high fives all around, rightfully so. Just got to ride the wave. That's all that Malta have got to do. That run rate now up to still up at around 7, so they haven't got to panic yet. The panic button doesn't need to be set just yet. It's the joy of T20. A little bit more time. No need to panic at any point. I think that's kind of what France did pretty well. There was a bit of panic at early onset, first couple of overs when the wickets were falling pretty regularly and consistently. But as soon as you stop that flow of wickets and you sort of just apply a bit of pressure to the bowlers, then it becomes just that so much easier. Again, so here he's going to continue and starts off pretty nicely. Starts off with a nice full banger. That'll be a dot. Basil is a talented player. He's done it time and time again. Well, he likes this shot, but he hasn't quite got all of it, but I think it's just going to get over the fielder, it will. Gets away with it, and they'll come back for 2. He does like to take it on early on, and the keeper's done amazingly there, by the way. Aladdin Jackson, that's a proper deflected onto the goal line. It's a great stop. I think, well, there probably could have been buzzers there, but nevertheless, I think we've got a replay here. You can see here, he likes to take it on when it's just outside that off stump. He will go for the lofted version. It's classic Basil. Now this one will just be dropped. And Aladdin Jackson gets a shy of the stumps, but I think Patanka would have made his ground. That'll be a leg bye. Just 9 on the board at the moment. Not too troubling for France, but they know more than anyone that the game can certainly go away from you if you're not on as consistently as they were in that first innings. Now I know that Rico hasn't been out in Italy, so I know a lot of people who listen do look out for his sort of moments of the day in history. Asking the question, going down leg, it's going to be very tough to get a wicket when you're going at that angle against a right-hander as being a lefty. You can see there, certainly angling down. Good bit of bowling though, good bit of lateral movement in the air as well. Nice, excellent fielding, and no real surprise to see that Gustav McKeown is down and does the hard work pretty quickly, and does it very efficiently as well. This came at him pretty fast off the bat. You can see there he got down and cleaned it up nice and easy and cleanly. More importantly, that'll be the end of the over. It's a good one again from Zahir Sahiri, and the score is 9-1 after 3. So you can see that that's pretty much what we saw at the start of today's play in terms of the win percentage. It was pretty heavy for France, and this is maybe why the bowling, certainly their strong point. Basil's, oh, he's got him. He's gone. Oh, well, that is unfortunate. Patanka, that is the worst way to go. As Basil George firmly hit this back through the bowler, Amadai gets a finger on it, and Petanka was left stranded. And you've got to feel for him because it's the worst way to go as a batter. There is nothing you can do about it. And unfortunately, he's going to have to go. You can see this here. Amadai does well, gets a fingertip on it, and it's into the stumps. And Petanka was gone, and the umpire almost doesn't want to, but he has to raise the finger. And unfortunately, Petanka will go. And it's another wicket that falls, and it's now 9 for 2. It's very unfortunate for Dalshie Petanka. You've got to feel for him. It's the hardest way to go because there's nothing you can do. You have no say in it whatsoever. And I'm afraid that means that he will go. And the score now 9 for 2 means that that's Jaspal Singh who's come out at 4. This is confidently pushed by Basil. No real signs of boom boom yet. Singh will get an early look at Amadai. Yeah, so a lot of people, as I was saying, look forward to Rico's mentions of the day. And I know he's not been on air for a week or so. I thought I'd try and cover him a little bit. Now, I know a lot of people look forward to it. So do sort of tune in throughout the day and keep your ears peeled. And we'll have a look at what we've got coming up for what is today. Well bowled. The effort ball from Amadai. Singh just has a look early on. And a lot of people just sort of saying their sorries for Petanka. This is a good take down the leg side. Malady Jackson does very well to stop this one. But a lot of people saying that it wasn't the fact that he was backing up on and sort of out of his crease in that respect. It was more that it was hit and he was expecting a run, and there's not too much you can really do about that for Petanka. This is a nice shot. This will take some cutting off. It's going to run along this outfield. It's not the quickest though. And he's not done enough. And that will be 4 runs. And that's a good shot from Singh. That'll certainly make him a little bit happy. And that'll relax the nerves of the Maltese squad as they look on. Good shot from Singh. He picked it up nicely, in all honesty. He did pick it up and hit it cleanly. It was just the outfield. And unfortunately, I think that's Christian Roberts down there. We'll see him come through. And it's unfortunate for him. This one just drops some runs. Good cricket. Good cricket all round. Good fielding. It keeps it to just the single. Just stays a little bit low for Basil. You can see that's what he should have been saying, and he says it stayed low. What am I supposed to do? End of the over. It's another good one for Amadai. Does go for a boundary, but picks up the wicket as well. It was an unfortunate one, but a wicket nevertheless. Score at the end of 4, 16 for 2. This is just a look at the boundary here. You can see he got there. He just didn't stop it, did he? It's unfortunate. Did the hard part of making up the hard yards to get there, and then it doesn't quite, you don't sort of do the best bit of it. But still, Singh looked confident, didn't he? And again, I think this is what it comes down to, is that intent. It really does come down to that, where you're kind of thinking about, do I continue to go for it, make the most of the power play, or do I just sort of nerdle around and just get myself away and work it out? As Zahiri will continue once more. Oh, into the pad, asking the question, given, gone. And And well, that will be another wicket here. And unfortunately, and I think Boom Boom Basil was almost a little bit happy because I think he might have been run out if it wasn't given. But Singh will have to go. Let's see here. It's a question. I mean, listen, the angle's tricky. The angle's really tricky to look at. And unfortunately, he's been given on field. He's going to have to go. This one is probably the best angle, but even still, it's tricky. And yeah, there's a question of, is it doing too much? Potentially, but there's enough going. And it will be another one that falls. Another one bites the dust. Malta struggling once again here. The bat seeming to be the issue for both sides. 16 for 3 now. Yeah, you'll have to let me know what you thought about that in the chat, but that's tricky. It is a tricky one because it just looks as if it may have been potentially doing a little bit too much, but there's enough going for it. Umpire gives it on field, and well, out comes Samuel Stanislaus. Stanislaus, the veteran, 43 years of age. He's played a lot of cricket for his country. He comes out at 5 in a very tricky situation. Doesn't take it on, and well, I tell you what, if there's one person you would not take on, and that is that man, Gus McKeown. He knows straight away that was not far out. He's singling there, inches, whiskers away. And they do come through for a single. And you can see Stanislaus wasn't going anywhere, but Basil could have been in trouble. That just shows the standards that McKeown holds himself to. Up in the air, flat batted, swatted away, gets it over. It's enough on it. They'll come back for 2. It's a great arm again. Fielding's been superb, to be honest, from both sides here early on today in the tournament. One short here as well. Well, when it's going your way, it is, but when it rains, it pours. And I'm afraid Basil's had one short there, and he hasn't got through at the other end. So one short, so it'll just be a single then. Does mean he keeps on strike though, does Basil. And again, mistimed, miscued. And for those who are new to cricket and aren't sure what I'm referring to when I say one short, for a run to be complete, of course, the batter has to run to the other end. His bat then has to enter the crease line, which is that first white line that you're seeing at the far end. And then obviously that's the run, and that's the confirmed run. Unfortunately, when he turned and went for the second run, he didn't get his bat in the crease, so therefore one short was applied. Stanislaus again, just fences into the onside. Interesting bit of feedback coming back. A lot of people saying pitching middle, hitting leg. Some saying there's not enough there for them. So it's an interesting one, and again, it's the joy of cricket. It's all opinions, and at the end of the 5th, it's 19 for 3. An over left in the power play then at the moment, and this is the current state of affairs. Really the best start for both sides with the bat, really. It's all been very bowling heavy, and at the moment, a lot of pressure on that man's shoulders in Boom, Basil George. Cameron Amadar is going to continue here. That'll be all wide to start us off with. And I've been told that a special mention to a couple of people watching back home from my home, that is. John Rosenhurst apparently is tuning in. Might be the first time. That's a bottom edge. Good keeping from Aladdin Jackson. John, a very good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Pleasure to have you tuning in. And at the moment, what you're watching here is, well, it's a bowling masterclass because, unfortunately for Malta, they just can't seem to get going here. Can't seem to find any rhythm. Oh, what a grab that is. That's a sensational catch from Aladdin Jackson. It's cut Basil George all ends up. We've seen some superb forms of keeping so far here this morning. We had that great catch from Sudasanan earlier, and Aladdin Jackson has just taken a very good catch. Just the take though, I mean, look at that. A little bit of a camera one. Could have done a little bit more footwork maybe, but credit where credit's due, I guess. And now he's reaching for the wider one, and it's going to be another extra to the total here.
Come on, boy, come on, come here.
This time, they do drop and run. That's good cricket. Good cricket from the two out in the middle. Very high quality keeping on show this morning already. And for those of you who missed that Sudasanan and catch, do keep an eye out on our socials. If you are new here, go ahead and follow us on all of our social medias. Oh, this one stays low. And the umpire not interested, going down the leg side straight away was the feeling. Stays low though. Pitch does have a tendency just to misbehave is what we're seeing. Let's see here. No, there's more. Just can't get it off the square, can he? Can't get it off the square at this point in time. Done him all ends up again. Superb bowling from Ahmadzai, really is. It's a spectacle to be watching at the moment. And it's another great over, just the 3 runs come off it. It's a great power play for France. It's exactly the start that they wanted. I don't know how that misses the stumps, to be fair. I'm surprised that there's not been an off stump that's gone cartwheeling. Well, that's why it's too high. At the end of the power play, the score 22 for 3. They're going to turn to Dawood Ahmadzai, who's going to come on and take this next over. So, pretty usual tactic for T20. Looks as if they're going to leave their openers with an over to bowl at the death, if it gets that far, that is. 22 for 3 after 6. Basil George on 8 off just the 15. Stanislav's 1 off 5. Just riding it out is what these two are. Very well-seasoned campaigners, these two. They know what's required of them here. They can't really run the risk of taking any risks here. Give yourself time. It's a funny one, isn't it? With cricket, you've got to know that the longer you spend out there, the easier it gets. You start seeing it, feel as if you can't miss it. Bit of spin. Good start from Dawood Ahmadzai. Of course, power play restrictions over, so a bit more of a spread field, but still got 4 inside. Bit too short for my liking from Ahmadzai, but it does get away with it. Does get away with it. Again, good keeping though once more, isn't it? Really is.
Come on, Dawood. Come on, Dawood.
Quick hands, stays low. That's what I like how he stays low. Comes up just as the ball reaches the point. I have to say, he's done very well there, Gunasani, because he was slipping and sliding. Yeah, don't forget as well, he slipped in the first innings when he was batting. He's gone down again there. He's done pretty well. Hey, this is one thing that I actually completely forgot to mention, by the way. Gunasani went on to hit 66, right? He was dropped on 1. Justin Sharji dropped in on 1 at mid-wicket, just in front of him. Just dropped him off 1. How expensive was that? Too short again, but he's lucky. He's sort of rushing it through a little bit. Just be 1. I'm impressed as well by that man on your screen, McKeown. He's leading very well here, the youngster. I'm allowed to say that. 2 years younger than me, it's fine. That's better. That's where it's got to be. Get him pushing forward, and then drag him back. That'll be the plan that you're probably going to see from Ahmadzai. Looking to try and set Basil up here. Probably not this ball that he'll try and do it with, but building it up slowly. Well, he's gone for it. Has he got enough on it? He seems confident. And there's a reason why. That sails over the rope. Maximo time, 6 runs. Boom, boom, finally for Basil George. And that's a good way to end the over. Finally, a bit of momentum for Malta. It's 30 for 3 after 7. No sign of injury is what I'm going to say. There was a few rumours going around of an injury for Boom Boom Basil, but from what I can see, he looks pretty happy. He picked it, didn't he? And that's where he likes it. He likes it in that area. Very, very strong in front of square. Got all of it. So a good sigh of relief for the Malta boys. They're now going to go to their hitman, is what I'm going to call him, in Usman Khan, leading wicket taker in last year's edition of the Mdina Cup. Took 9 at an average of just 7.77. He's not the quickest of bowlers, but will tend to just leave it on a length and just bowl consistent, sort of stump to stump, and sort of builds pressure, and batters get themselves out rather than he gets them out. But such a useful bowler in this format. Again, back of a length, just outside off. All he can do is push through, and again, will just be 1. Still a bit of field movement. Of course, this is something that a lot of captains hate dealing with, and most captains and most fielding sides hate dealing with. It's the left hand, right hand, because it really will sort of scumper your plans. This is just pushed and carved away into the offside for 1. Usman Khan, of course, plays for Dra. Slower ball, and that's why he's so useful and so talented, is he has got that slower ball that really will help. Yeah, I mean, Usman Khan, and I sort of jinxed him a little bit in the batting innings for France. Slower ball again, swatted into the onside. Should just be 1, and it is good fielding. Yeah, he's got a half century to his name in international cricket, but it didn't quite click for him. But with the wickets, he had a very good year last year. Picked up 13 wickets. Of course, had best figures of 4 for 17. Funny enough, against Malta. So he certainly is capable of good things. He had 3 3-wicket hauls. No 5 for yet. Certainly on the cards, though, I reckon, if he picks up 1 or 2 quick ones here, but won't do. But again, it's a tidy over. Economical, just the 3 off it. It's 33, 3's all round. 33 for 3 off 8. Dawoud's going to continue. This is the story so far for Malta. Not the prettiest of sights. No one really getting going apart from Basil, and even still, he hasn't exactly looked comfortable. Nevertheless, still going. That run rate slowly starting to creep up, now just below 9. So one big over changes it though. That's what the thing, and it's all about setting the pace and pacing your innings correctly in T20, especially when you're chasing. But as for today, this is chipped up in the air and well, no one there, so it's a pretty safe shot to play. Just be one. Now, as a kid, many used to enjoy sleepovers as a kid. May 9th is National Sleepover Day. And I know a lot of people who tune in always look out for Rico's National Days. So I thought I'd keep it alive whilst we're here out in France. National Sleepover Day provides an opportunity for friends to confide in their friends in a way that can be inspiring and also confidence building. Too short. Jackson very quick to whip the bails off, just keeping him in Basil's ear line and eye shot. Look at this. He is encroaching, I will say that. I will say that he is encroaching, but just something that needs to be had a look at here. I need to keep an eye on, of course, can't make the use of these of the LRS. There's no LRS. We don't fulfill the requirements for the use of DRS in T20s. There you can see that. That was the angle there. This one is up in the air. It's hit nicely, straight to fielder though. That's Sahir Sahiri. That'll just be a single. So that'll end the over. Again, relatively quiet for Amatai. Just dealing in singles at the moment, Malta. Well, singles and dots. 35 for 3 after 9. Basil George then 17 off 27. He has, again, similar to sort of Kanasani, he's got to really make the most of the start and opportunities that he's been given. Up in the air, chance. Taken, gone. And as I say, that Boom Boom Basil needs to make sure that he makes the most of the start. He turns around and throws his wicket away. And it's a good catch by Christian Roberts. He's having a tough day of it today. Didn't quite go well with the bat. He had a bit of a mistake in the field, but this time makes no mistake. And Usman Khan took him an over, but he's in the wickets once again. And it's another one that goes. The Boom Boom has to go. It is 35 for 4. This is a good catch, though, in all fairness, from Roberts. Just gets picked up. It's in that sort of tricky area where that tree is. But so Basil George has to go, and again, disappointing for him, really. He's a very, very talented player, but it wasn't meant to be today. And one thing I want to introduce is something I've been thinking of. This is, you know, someone who this is what I've been doing whilst I've been at university, working away in the off-season, right? Is I'm going to introduce a segment. Now, I need a name for the segment, so I need some viewers in the chat. I need some a segment where we're going to have a quiz question of the day. Varun Prasath is a new batter, by the way, and he's going to get runs straight off the money. This is going to be 4 runs. Little inside tickle down towards the vacant fine leg region. I'll talk a little bit more about it at the end of the over because we'll have a little break, drinks break, so I'll talk about it then. But I need some viewers to give me, it's going to be a quiz question of the day. Every day I'm on, it will mostly be cricket related, but I need a name for it. Push back again. We almost had a similar situation to Patanka not too long ago. Just push for one. Prasath is very, very talented with the bat. But look at that, 90 to 10%. That's really not very helpful at the moment. You can see here he does get a finger on it. It's not far away from the stumps at all. Slower ball and misses everything and sort of hits everything at the same time. It's a bit of unfortunate for Usman Khan, but he is proving to be a tricky customer to deal with, and just having a bowler like this in these middle overs are so crucial to a side, and just show as to how and if they're going to be successful, he needs to perform. Oh, Julian's come out with a cracker. That is superb. Out of the bat, that's brilliant. It's a great start from you, Gio. That's a really good shout. See, I'm not that creative. Hunt the answer. That's a good one. I like that. That's good. I'm going to pose the question. I have got the question in mind for today. On today's instalment of Hunt the Answer. That's sticking, Julian, straight away. Very well played. I'll give you the question at the end of this over. Pushing, fishing. And that's going to be the end of the over. It's another good one for Usman Khan. Picks up a wicket, only goes for a couple of runs. At the end of the over, at the end of 10, the score is 43 for 4. So then, folks, 10 overs down. We're having a little drinks break. And we will have the first instalment of Hunt the Answer. Now, this is going to be a recurring theme whenever I'm on comms with everyone here. Now, the question today is going to be surrounding cricket, of course. And what I thought, with the World Cup coming up soon, this is the question, folks. So, upcoming events is there, but I'm going to mention my question first. And I want answers in the comment section. We'll go through it and we'll talk about it at the end of the day. Which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in a single ICC World Cup tournament? That's your question. Which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in a single ICC World Cup tournament? That's your question. Get your answers in, and we'll have a little look at the answers later on today. Talking of upcoming events, though, this is May Madness, and of course we're here in France at the Mdina Cup. We're out in Brescia as well. Vinny Sandu taking you through that. We move to Estonia on Monday. That's 2 weeks of cricket action from there, with internationals to finish us off on that weekend as well. During that time as well, from Tuesday, we start the European Cricket Series night event in Portugal, in Coimbra. We'll be going back there again. And then during that time as well, we also start our Netherlands events. There's a fair few out there as well, some T20Is, some T20s, and some T20I Women's Edition as well. And also during May, we've got the Continental Cup. That's out in Romania again. Pretty sure that was the one we had last year. Rico was there, so looking forward to that one again this year. And then we top off the month with a 5-day event. First ever event in England, we're saying Wimbledon, but it's in Rains Park. So looking forward, and I know that there's a little meet and greet on the Monday, which I'm going to try and race back for. I'm going to try and get back for that one. And I know there's a lot of people viewing and coming in for that one. So looking forward to all of those events here on the European Cricket Network. Plenty of action coming your way. And yeah, do make sure that you're tuning in. And if you haven't done so, do subscribe to our European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Make sure you never miss a stream or a broadcast. I've had a couple of answers in already. Ramesh has put an answer in. For those of you who did miss it, I will mention it once more. The question in the first instalment of Hunt the Answer is, which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in a single ICC World Cup tournament? Anyway, continuing back here, it is going to be Dawood Ahmadzai who's going to carry us on here into the second half of this innings. That's a good start. Very good start from Ahmadzai. This is carved away pretty nicely. There's a fielder out there though, so he'll clean up, does the work nicely this time around. Stanislaus again, well, these two, it's sort of, well, it's chance saloon really, isn't it? These two have got to get going here. They've got to try and get something on the move.
Come on, Dodo, come on, boy.
Goes for it, chases the wide one. Again, just pushed into the offside. Prasath can't quite get it away. It just seems to be building up a little bit of pressure here now, and this is what spin does. And spin's performed well and executed well, which it is at the moment. It becomes a very, very tricky situation. A couple of shouts then are still coming in. And I know that a couple of viewers are switching in and out of pressure, so this is hit firmly. This will be 4. Lovely shot. And as soon as that happens, that's the thing. You get a little sigh of relief. Just release of the pressure valve ever so slightly. Prasath pumps this through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Yeah, so a lot of people coming sort of jumping back and forth. So what I will do is we'll leave it for now and we'll give it till sort of midway through the second game of the day. This one here, Jackson's almost won one there, but he's okay. We'll see what the answer is. There's no prize. Your prize is pride in the European Cricket Network YouTube chat. That's your prize. End of the over. It is 49 for 4 after 11. Jadesh asking, is the ground a little small? I wouldn't say so. I'd say it's a pretty sizable ground considering. It's not struggling for size. Yeah, I'd say some areas that you're looking at north of 70 meters, I'd say. Probably more, maybe 80. Wow, here we go then. It's the young spinning wizard. He's going to come on for a bowl here. The man who set the world alight in the European Cricket Series only 2 weeks ago, or less than that in fact. A bit of a slip and a tumble, but he does well. Cameron Ahmadzai. And this is of course Sajjad Stanikzai. As that brings up the 50 with those 2 runs as well. Yeah, pretty outstanding really for Sajjad. This is going to run away. Good fielding. They'll come back for 2 though, but good work. I mean, yeah, this is, even for me, this is a little bit scary when I look at this, right? Stanikzai, born in 2007. I remember 2007, and I'm 22. I remember that, and that's scary. That's concerning. Oh, that's a great ball. That's an absolute ripper from the young 16-year-old. That's incredible. Look at that. Rongan's got him done up completely. Had no idea. That front finger was in serious use there to rip it across. He's gone for it again this time. Doesn't get as much turn and grip off the area, but still. Excellent bit of bowling. Superb. Yeah, he had a great series, didn't he? Did Sajjad Stanikzai, has to be said. Usama is saying Virat Kohli has scored runs in the World Cup. He has scored runs, but has he scored the most in a World Cup ever? That's the question. No cheating as well. If you cheat, then you're boring. No one likes that. Too short. Doesn't get pounced on though. Should just be a single and will be. Good work.
Come on, Sajjad. Come on, Sajjad.
Asking the question. There's a confident appeal. Umpire turns it down. Yeah. 23 wickets Sajjad Stanigzai took in that ECS. Again, look at it. He's not scared to throw it in. It's almost probably a stock ball. He bowls it more often than not. And 23 wickets for the youngster he had in the ECS. Called up here. Bowled very well in the first over. Just goes for 6. Score at the end of 12 is 55 for 4.
Come on, boys. Come on, Dauda.
Just asking, can Malta win? In theory, yes. Mathematically, yes. It's just going to be very tricky. That's the simple answer to that question. This is hit firmly again. Fielder out there though. Just be one bounce. Fielded. Yeah, and the thing with Sajjad as well is you have to remember, took a wicket in his first ball in international cricket not too long ago, about a week ago. Oh, this one doing a lot, but not enough. Yeah, he got the wicket of a very close friend of ours, and many will know Marzi. He got the big wicket of Marzi in the 5th over against Hungary. That was his first ball ever in international cricket. Bit of bat on that one before anything else. This time now up in the air again, miscued. They're going to take him on here. Good throw, could be gone. It's not a great throw. Good running though, in fairness. Building the pressure, they know it's got to be done. Yeah, took that big wicket, didn't he? Of Mars Bargi. Hey, it's a good name to have on your scalp list, I'll tell you that for free. Marzi, out in Estonia already, by the way. I'll tell you that for free. Oh, I tell you what, that's not far off sneaking through. Very thick bottom edge, just for one. Yeah, there was a lot of comments and a lot of plays and a lot of people very much congratulating the youngster during that weekend. It was a rain-affected weekend, unfortunately, but Prasath plays into this one and gets all of it. That'll be 6 runs, Maximo. Into the 10th that goes. Amatai just faring a little bit too straight and playing into the arc, and it's levers from Prasath. He won't miss out on that one. 6 runs, 6 of the best as well. Just helps it on its way, and the response afterwards. We come back to live action. It's a dot to finish. Just plays outside the off stump. End of the over, 65 for 4. 72 needed off 42. They've got to start going at 10s here. 2 big overs changes it massively for Malta, but it's whether or not it's going to happen. The likelihood at the moment, you'd say, is no. There's our wonderful umpiring hut. And you can see there, Butchie's there. Rogan to start. Starts with a single. It's going to be wide down the leg side this time. And again, just straying a little bit too straight. Let's turn around the corner for just yet again, just a single.
Come on, Sayed, come on, boy.
At this point, of course, you've got to look at the comparisons, and it was that big innings, of course. Oh, McKeown couldn't quite cut that off and outside the reach of him, and it'll just be a single there. It's good fielding by Hamza Niaz. He had a real, well, it was unfortunate. It was a great catch that removed him for his 0 off 1, but he knows that he'll have a chance later. Yeah, at this point, of course, France with the bat was sat at exactly they were sat at around about 95 for 6, so they are about 20 runs behind where they need to be at this point. Malta. There's again more bowled by the youngster. And they're saying that they need to push. There's a lot of shouts for 2 and pushing these singles, but they're not really putting that first one in hard enough, are they, at this point? They've got to try and just build it up a little bit, really. Oh, that's well bowled. Very well bowled. Once again from Stanek Zait. End of the over. 14 overs down, 66 needed off 36, needs to go at 11s from here on in. You can see there, good bowling, good action, good just all-round talent really, raw talent, that's what you can tell from that as well. 71 for 4 after 14. Looks as if the skipper's going to go to himself here. Going to come on and have a bowl. A bit of seam up action from him. Oh, I'll run up. No, I was doing a bit of scouting and a bit of searching.
Come on, Gustav, come on, boy.
Apparently, this hairstyle is quite subdued from Gus. He has had a mullet in previous times. Good start. Good areas. Never mind. There's a wide on field, and McKeown didn't like that.
Come on, boy, come on, it's in you, boy.
I have to say, it's probably a little bit hard done by the French skipper. He wasn't happy. We can kind of understand why. Good afternoon to you, Lance. Good morning, depending on where you are. Pulled nicely. This will take some cutting off. It does really stop and spin. Oh dear. Well, never mind, because unfortunately it's gone through, and that will be a boundary. So Stanislaus finally gets a bit of momentum once again. It's Prasath alongside, and these two have got to try and get going here. McKeown a bit under the pressure here early on. Yeah, I've been told he did sort of rock a mullet, and good to see he made the sensible choice in getting rid of it. It's carved away. Nice shot. Should just be one. Hamza Niaz down there. Does well. So Lance, yeah, so the Hunt the Answer. Hunt the Answer is a new segment that I've introduced. First edition. First instalment today. It's a quiz question, and the question today is, which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in one single ICC World Cup tournament? Let me know. If you think you know the answer, pop it in the chat, and we'll have a look at it and talk about it later on in the day. This is hit nicely. There's a fielder out there, though. It doesn't carry. And that was hit pretty well by Prasath. Straight to Roberts for just a single there. And Vinny in the chat saying it's good to see Stanek Zait, of course, on debut. He is mentioned before, and Bowled well as well, and I just love. Again, it's kind of, I guess it's the youngster kind of thing. Kind of reminds me of Charlie Ramištović for Spain, sort of when he was coming through. Trying a bit older than him, but up in the air. This has gone high up in the air, and it is the youngster underneath it. And has he taken it? I think he has. And well, talk of the devil, he's taken a great catch and removes the veteran in Stanislaus. He gets done by the two youngsters, in all fairness, the skipper and McKeown and young Stanigzai. Look at this here. Does very well, watches it all the way, takes it in that right hand, and that's a great catch. Does very, very well. And, well, McKeown comes on, gets the breakthrough. Stanislaus has to go. And the score now, Malta still struggling. 78 for 5. So, Stanislaus is done and gone. And that will now be the introduction of Fanyan Mughal, who will come out then at number 7 here. Got it all to do, isn't he? It's going to be a real struggle from here on in Malta. You can kind of understand as to why that run rate is creeping up, and more so, you can understand as to why the win percentage is very much in favour of France. McKeown once more then. Good pace, good areas. Turns him up a little bit, does Mughal? And again, he's not offering any room at all, is he? Here's McKeown. Doesn't offer any width, which means they can't get comfortable cramping him up and aiming for those rib cages. Working for him as well. Picks up a wicket, only goes for the 7 as well, and it was a big wicket. Stanislaus, good catch by Stanigzai, and it will be 79 for 5 after 15. There's a few different answers coming in as well, so do make sure you get your answers in, and as I say, we'll talk about it later. This is what's coming up later on, as I mentioned. France take on Malta once more. That comes up at 1 o'clock GMT, 3 o'clock Central European time, 6:30 out in India. So do make sure that you come and tune in for that one. We're about a good couple of hours away from that one, 2 hours 15 away from there. So looking forward to that one, and of course we will update you on what happens with that one, and of course we'll be bringing you live coverage here on the European Cricket Network as Stanigzai continues, and oh, there's the ball, found it. It'd be nice to see Stanigzai get a wicket, wouldn't it? He's took a catch on debut, bowled well, he's not scared to throw in the wrong ends there. He bowls with confidence, it's very good to see, it's a pleasure to watch. Yeah, that's a good one. That's the wrong end there. You can see it turns away from Prasath. Oh, hit firmly. This will be 6 runs. That's a lovely shot from Varun Prasath. That's what we know he likes to do. He's very much a fan of going downtown, and that's what he does, and does so with gusto, and that'll be 6 runs. So Stanigzai under a bit of pressure here now as the youngster. Interesting to see what that was, as takes it on and picks it up. He knows straight away, knows he's caught that one. 6 on this ground any day of the week. What's the response going to be? It'll be interesting to see what he goes for here. Oh, up in the air. Well, if there was a fielder there, it would have been gone, but all the fielders on the leg side are out bar 1. Mughal, he's just got to think about getting on strike. Unless he can, listen, credit where credit's due. He's certainly not a stranger to hitting runs. There you go. Hits it firmly. Doesn't find the gap though. Inside does well, doesn't overrun it. That'll again keep it down to a 1. Okay, Rory's come in. First of all, Rory, let us know where you're watching from. Pleasure to have you with us here on the ECN. Put a shout of McCullum in there. Bazball, maybe. I'm very glad to see that people aren't cheating. This is up in the air chance. Oh no, he's overrun it, lost it completely. And well, Robert says not had a bad day. He's had a struggle this morning, and I think he knows it as well because that one should have been taken. It was hit firm, it was hit flat, but it was straight at him, and he comes in, loses it, and it goes over his head. Not by much, to be honest with you, but 6 more. And again, a good over. They take on the youngster. It works. And Prasath gets the motor going once more. Just going up a gear, potentially. It's 94 for 5 after 16. Now, what I am glad to see is that no one's cheating because there have been some some wrong sayings, some wrong guesses. So that's good. It's always good to see. McKeown's going to continue here. Nice, it's hit firmly. Man out there though. Taken, doesn't get put down. No mistake made about that one. And McKeown picks up another. And Mughal did pick it cleanly. He hit it nicely. Didn't get the elevation though. It was just in the block hole, but he got away with it at McKeown, and that's going to be a wicket this time around. And another one bites the dust. Fanya Mughal will go. Score now 94 for 6. And it's a long walk back, I'm afraid, as he has to go. He had a couple of nice shots, but I just couldn't get going really, could he? And he's coming in at an impossible task, really, isn't it? You're asking someone who's coming in at sort of 7-8 to play a blinder of an innings. It's not really the most logistical idea. Rory watching from Cambridge. Well, Rory, listen, if you're a fan and you're around on that last week of May, I know that there's May Bank holiday, I believe, on the Monday, potentially. I'm not too sure. I think that might be it. Might not be. But if you're around, get yourself down to Rains Park Cricket Club. We'll be there for 5 days of some seriously high quality cricket. There'll be some seriously good players on show in that as well. And I know that there's plans of a meet and greet, apparently. I'm not too sure what that is. There's plenty of action, both on and off the pitch. Bikram Arora is the new batter, and he starts with just the 1. Yeah, this game's sort of fizzling out now, isn't it? It's one of those where 42 needed off 22. It's not impossible. We've seen it done in many different formats. But it's looking as if it's a bit of an uphill climb here for Malta. France, of course, looking to get revenge on the last time they played against them. It was a comfortable victory for Malta. So they have got it in them, but it's just whether or not the right personnel click, and I'm afraid that hasn't happened here this morning with the bat. Of course, these two teams do go at it once more later on in the afternoon. Just slowed that one down a little bit. Prasath was just a little bit early on that one. See, you know it straight away. It's probably the better shot. Good morning, Duncan. Said I just joined and heard Cambridge. Rory is from Cambridge. He's watching from Cambridge, so that's why we were talking about Cambridge. And I said, if you, it's not it's not far away everywhere. It's about in between an hour and 2 hours away in England, which isn't too far. Up in the air, put down. Rare drop and a rare mistake in the field from France. I say rare, there have been a couple of mishaps per se, but yeah, this one straight at him, didn't really need to move. He puts it down. It's not the the best of examples of how to take that on from Dawood Amatai. Again, just clipped this time for one. Into the onside. Yeah, and yeah, so we'll be at Rains Park near Wimbledon. That's where we'll be. And there's plenty of plans for some good fun for 5 days. I'll be there, and the Blue Crew will be there. Vinny and Rico will be there at that time as well. This is hit firmly. Good drive straight to the fielder though. No one really there to back it, so holds fire, doesn't let go of the cannon, and kind of understand why. Single to end the over. This is a good little tidy spell from Mikio. 2 for 11 at the moment, off just 2. At the end of 17, Malta are 98%. So, with the result almost all but confirmed, it's going to take something incredible from Malta here. With 3 overs to go, you kind of have to have a look and think, well, where's it gone wrong? And you'd probably say there's 2 areas for me that stand out. I think first of all, there was the sort of 12 to 18, 19, 18 overs probably, when they were fielding. They just let the game go, and of course that drop of Kanasane on 1 was crucial. He ended up making 66, so just shows you that catches could win your matches, and they dropped. They certainly took a few, but they dropped 1 big one. You do that, then you're going to be struggling. Uzbek Khan comes back into the attack, starts with just a single, as that's played nicely away from Bikram Aurora. The other half of me is the top order. Top order didn't click, didn't get any runs, and you can't be doing that, I'm afraid, at this sort of level. You need to have your top main batters do what they're there to do, and unfortunately, they weren't able to. It just puts too much pressure on the middle order and the lower order. And the tail, you're asking the tail to wag very early on this one. They'll just think about having a go. Doesn't in the end, holds fire.
Come on, Izzy, come on, boy.
Another slow from Uzbek Khan. This is what we come to expect of him. He is very good at executing it. Quicker one and burst through. Kanasane returns the favour, as he was dropped in his innings and he ended up making 60 odd. This time he puts down Aurora. And, brings up the 100 for Malta. They're still a fair few away. And with time running out here, it's just almost a question of, can they get 1 big over? Can they get sort of a couple of 6s in a row and build something and build on what they've set here? It's just looking as if they're going to fall agonisingly short here. Just the ball left for Khan in this 3rd over for him. It's a great spell at the moment, 1 for 15. Looking to pick up another, of course, Prasath. He played a good innings, isn't he, once again? He's Mr. Consistent for his nation, always has been. Very rare that he won't contribute in some way, shape or form. Picked up a couple of wickets with the ball as well. Now with the bat, this is hit nicely, but just be one as Hamza Niaz. He'll be frustrated, won't he? He was really, really hoping to sort of show what he's capable to do in a slightly longer format. Unfortunately, he was the victim of a wonderful catch. There's not much you can do about it. Anyway, end of the over. And the score is 104 for 6. Off 18 overs. 2 overs left. And this is a story. It's been a good bit of work for the bowlers, in all honesty. They've all bowled well. The openers have set them up nicely. That's what they were able to do. And here is one of the openers in Cameron Ahmadzai. He's going to come back on. Starts with the dot. Good wheels, good pace, good areas all around. This one just misses out on the shorter ball. Of course, these two sides will go at it again. That's what you've got to remember. So Malta will be looking for revenge in the afternoon game. That's coming up. What about Salah? It's just raced away. Mdina has quite a lot of work to do. Makes it look pretty easy in the end. Yeah, that second game is at 3 o'clock, so 3 o'clock local time, so that's 2 o'clock, or 2 hours away, I should say, sorry. 2 hours away from here. That's when the next game will come. So 2 hours of reflection for both sides. I think France, even though they're going to get over the line here, they'll still be a little bit disappointed with their batting. It certainly wasn't good enough for their standards. That's good fielding, good cricket from Ahmadzai. Very impressed with him. His bowling's been sensational. He also took a catch as well. But then for Malta, of course, both ends of the stick haven't been good enough. Batting, bowling haven't been up to the standards of what it needs to be. Fielding, and credit where credit's due, their fielding was good, but their bowling in the middle overs wasn't good enough. Dropping Kanasane, one player can take it away from you. This is a lovely shot. This is going to be 6 runs, and it's a beautiful. There you go. You can see me. That's where I am. That's where I'm located here today. And well, that's a lovely. I had probably the best view in the house, and that was coming straight for me. Lovely cricket shot there. That'll be 6 runs, and nice flourish of the bat, of the willow as well. Helps it on its way. Bit of the bottom hand from Bikram Arora, but still, what you've got to do when you get involved with those sort of shots. Comes the ground pretty nicely. Inside edge, onto the thigh pad will just be one. Think of a 2, but they won't take it. Will mean that Aurora will keep the strike then. So it's 112 for 6 off of 19. Mathematically, still within a chance, Malta. It would take what would be an incredible over. It's 25 needed off the last.
Come on, boys.
25 runs needed then, and they are going to be coming up against Usman Khan. Is going to take this last over. 25 needed then. If they're going to boundary off the first, you'd almost argue that there's a bit of possibly an air of game on about it. Oh, he doesn't. This is a good question. Yeah, finger goes up, and Usman Khan picks up his second scalp of the day. And that's a really, really good start to the over. Just sort of turns around and says, Charlie, there's no doubts, mate. It's all okay. I've got it covered. In swinging delivery, playing across the line. Aurora doesn't really get it cleanly. Doesn't watch it all the way. Head's gone. Loses his shape. And that will be another wicket. Another one bites the dust. Score now for Malta is 112 for 7. Hitting one nice 6, didn't he? Down towards fine leg. It was a lovely little clip off the pads. One of the most elegant looking cricket shots in the game. Yeah, of course, about an hour. Oh, we're just over an hour away, just under an hour away, I should say, until these two sides go again. So it'll be a good little time to get a spot of lunch and, well, make sure you tune back in. Of course, I'm sure a lot of people will be popping over to Vinny and send my best to him, of course. Oh, now they're going to get a run here and probably just be a single on the overthrows. It's fair enough. As well, that's Wazim Abbas who's come out, so he'll get off strike. Yeah, of course, at the moment, out in Italy. Fresh Tropical up against Vicenza. And then it's, of course, quarterfinals Thursday. Joe Brescia taking on Marco Milano in the 4th game out there. So plenty of cricket out there today. South just gets this away. Should just be one. They're going to try and come back for 2. They probably will in the end, in all honesty. They will. And just a couple of deliveries left here. 6 keeps hitting them. Slower ball. He's gone for it. Has he got all of it? Well, he does. It's tipped over the bar. That'll be 6. As unfortunately for Zahir Sahiri, it breaks through his fingers and yeah, gets tipped over the bar. And well, Usman Khan won't be a happy chappy, I can tell you that for free. As yeah, Prasad caught reaching, properly had to reach for it, but keeps the small hope of them keeping it alive. Of course, they need, not only would they need 2 6s, but they'd also need a couple of no balls in there as well. But yeah, it's not too much concern as, well, Paul Zahiri gets swapped out as McKeon goes out there himself now. There's going to be another one, and this is going to be another 6, so there's another one. It's a little bit too late, though, I'm afraid. It's just shows you, if you put the intent in there and you're back with freedom, that's half the game, really. Cricket's such a mental side. There's such a big mental side to the game that you've got to keep in. There's a bit of confusion there as the skipper in front of me, McKeon, wasn't sure what the scores were. Doesn't matter, though. It'll be a dot to finish. Prasad, the skipper, really did try and give his side a fighting finish. Well, it was a fighting finish at that as well, but I'm afraid that, well, it wasn't meant to be, as France will get a victory. Just by the 9 runs, though, so it wasn't too much of a one-sided affair. At one point, it was looking as if France were going to struggle to get anywhere near 100. And then at one point, it was looking as if Malta were going to struggle to get anywhere near 80. But they do so. They get up to a 127 on the board. They will lose by 9 runs here. But handshakes all round, and that man on your screen, bottom left there, in Ganasane, he's the player of the match due to his superb innings of, well, what can only be described as a match-winning innings, really. He, of course, went well, didn't he? 66 off 44. And handshakes all round, which is nice to see. And, of course, in just under an hour's time, these boys will go at it again. Let's have a look at the highlights then here. And it was a great catch out in the deep first up. That sort of set the tone, really. And they were able to well, successfully defend this. There was a bit of a mishap there for Roberts, unfortunately. And this was another question. And the question was it doing enough, or was it doing too much, in fact? Then there was a shot in the stumps, and, well, I'll tell you what, he was keen, wasn't he? You can understand as to why. Boom Boom Basil did get a bit of Boom Boom, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to carry on the Boom Boom destruction. He was gone. It was a good catch by Roberts. He had an interesting game, didn't he? Didn't work with the bat, struggled with the field, did take a catch, though. This was a good shot, nicely played through the onside, and Prasad played a good innings as well. I have to say, he's probably the shining light for Malta for me. Bowled well, batted well, captained pretty well. It was just a few overs where the game just got away from them. That drop of Kanasane Well, that ends up being the match-winning, or the match-losing drop, I should say. Big shout-out to that man there on your screen. That, I can't really say man, I just have to say boy. Sajjad Stanikzai, good catch. Didn't take a wicket. Bowled okay, though, didn't he? Bowled well in his first game on debut in international T20s, but took a good catch in fairness as well. And that was a good catch out in the deep by Usman Khan. And that was kind of all she wrote, really. This was a nice shot by Vikram Arora, though. One of the best of the day again. As at this time, Prasad was tipped over the bar. It was good in football terms, not in cricket, though. And unfortunately for Prasad, it was just 1-2 short, really. They could have done without a couple of balls before. That's what happens. You play with freedom, you might end up being a little bit more successful. Let's have a look then at the final scorecards coming up very shortly. And well, it'll tell you mostly that it comes down to one player. By the way, forgot to mention, Prasad did bring up his half century in there as well, off just 31, but it wasn't enough. And yeah, Stanislaus was able to sort of keep him company. But these two sides, of course, will go at it again. That, of course, coming up in 50 minutes' time. We'll probably be back on air 5 minutes before that, so 45 minutes' time to be exact. Very much looking forward to bringing you that one, as we'll get some toss news towards you guys all in the chat as well. Hey, make sure you have a look at Hunt the Answer version 1. That's in there somewhere. Make sure you have a look at that and give me your answers in there as well. But you can see there the problem. Top 4, not really scoring many at all, really. Not even getting above 30 runs is not very helpful, is it? That just doesn't help your course if you're only chasing anything in that 130 mark. Bowlers, though, it was very, very, very promising for France. I thought the top 2, the openers, were very good. Tahiri, unlucky not to get another over, really, but he bowled well, 2 for 9 for just his 3 overs. McKeown bowled well, 2 for 11 as well, and Usman Khan in the wickets. No real surprise there. Stanikzai on debut. Not the best day for him, but still, promising signs. 16 years of age. Remember the name of Sajjad Stanikzai. We'll be taking a little break then. 50 minutes time, we'll be back as France will take on Malta in the second game of the day. That's coming up right here. You're watching the Mdina Cup 2024 edition with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Mdina Cup 2024, where we're ready to get match number 2, second game of the day, second game of the tournament underway. It is, of course, the second of the doubleheader between France taking on Malta. A little bit earlier, the captains were out in the middle with the umpire. Let's go and have a look at what happened at the toss.
Head. Okay.
Heads.
Head.
What about?
There you go then, confirmation that, well, it's pretty much a repeat of what we had this morning. The young skipper, Gustave McKeown, winning the toss for the French and electing to bat first. And as you can see on your screens, no changes for either side. No changes for the French nor the Maltese. You can see at the top there, confirmation. France getting a 9-run victory in the first game here this morning, whereas in, of course, for Malta, a 9-run loss, I should say. And it was heavily reliant on Varun Prasad. He ended up with a half century, but no one else getting going. Stanislaus got into 20s, but no one else got going. Same sort of similar story for France, really, in their top order. McKeown got a few wickets, which helps out his fantasy score. You can see there. Hamza Niaz, he was very unlucky. He got a first wicket, or first baller, I should say. It was a great catch from the keeper in Sudasananan, who took a great catch diving to his right, a good few meters off the air as well, in all fairness. And at the moment, players making their way out to the middle. Let's have a look here. No surprise to see that we're still heavily in favour of France here on the supercomputer. Pitching it to be an exciting one, though. I have a feeling that, you know, over the last hour or so, teams have had a bit of lunch, they've had a bit of time to reconcile and just have a little think and a look as to what went wrong for them in the first game this morning. But I still have a feeling France probably the favourites, but you would probably feel that Malta are going to come back and have a serious fight at this one. Last time these two met in a doubleheader, of course, it was actually one apiece all the way back at the Valletta Cup. So just shows that these two, pretty level playing field, really. I mean, there's a bit of a gap in ratings. Only the 7 places, but even still, you feel that Malta probably were within a chance here in this second game of the afternoon, second game of the day. And yeah, well, for those of you who weren't with us in the first game, a very good afternoon to you, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Welcome to the Sports Cricket Club here in Dreux in France, where we're almost ready to get things going on once again. A very good afternoon to Uvers, to Tripp as well, to John and to Kroom, to Crime as well, to Goppy. Naveen is in there as well. It's a pleasure to have you alongside me. A couple of questions in there as well. People asking about what this new Hunt the Answer section is. Well, the Hunt the Answer is my new segment. That's what I'm telling you, man. 2024 is the year of renovations, and I'm telling you that yeah, it's a new quiz that I'm putting on every single day that I'm on air. First question is it's a pretty simple one. Which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in a single ICC World Cup tournament? And as soon as you know the answer, drop it in the chat if you think you know it, and we'll reveal the answer later on in the game. But opening up, no surprise, it's Gustave McKeown once again for France, the skipper, 20 years of age. It's a great story, and he is looking forward to opening up again with Hamza Niaz at the non-strikers, looking for a bit of an improvement, as are all of the top order for France, looking for a bit of an improvement on this morning's performance. It's Abbas with the ball, McKeown with the bat, and we start with 4 runs. Very simple equation there, too short from Abbas. McKeown, he was working on a bit of timing, I think, in the nets. Didn't quite time that one, though, but got enough on it, bit of muscle behind it. Muscles it away for 4, great start. So, it's a pretty simple game, isn't it, really, cricket? It's bat versus ball. And, well, off that one delivery, you'd probably say bat winning. And yeah, too short, and he's quick on it. There's a few conversations during the break, just sort of around different conversations. One of them was McKeown maybe just going a little bit too big too early. I think, you know, going off the basis of the last 2 innings that we saw, you're probably looking around about an average score of 140, 150. I think he was trying to get 180. He's probably been watching too much IPL. but or too much T10, one of the two. Hit down the ground. There is a fielder out there, but he's got to do somewhere else. Prasath, who's out there, the skipper. They will come back for 2. So a good confident start this from Mikion. Already getting the questions in. Love it. Brilliant. Thank you. Asking what are your thoughts on Lando's win. Ecstatic. Ecstatic for Mr. Lando. It was a great win. Many more to come, I would hope so. Shot. This is really nicely played. Just clips it off his hip. There is a fielder out there, though, does well in the end of Zishan Khan. And gets the throw in. So just a single, which means we will get a look at Hamza Niaz once more. Now, for those of you who haven't seen the clip, or weren't paying attention, or weren't tuning in earlier this morning, about 3rd or 4th ball, might have been a little bit later than that. Hamza Niaz, first ball up. Absolute ripper taken behind stumps. Can he do one better? Well, he survives the first one, so I would probably turn around and say that's an immediate improvement. Still no runs though for him in the tournament, but Hamza Niaz, all he needs is a cup and he can really get going. And we've seen him demolish T10 boundaries. I have a feeling that these T20 boundaries are still not going to be big enough to contain Niaz once he gets going. If he gets going, that is. Good delivery. Good delivery from Abbas. Just tucks him up a little bit, just pushing him back slightly. Last ball then of this first over. And there you go. That is classy from Niaz. Over the top, through the covers. And that's realistically what you come to expect of Hamza Niaz. As finally gets his account open. And no real surprise that he does it with a boundary. Great way to end the first over. It's a positive start for France. Better than the first. It is, of course, 12 for no loss after 1. That'll do his confidence and wealth of good. He did just sort of seem to be a little bit down after after getting out the way he did. It was quite a shock to, I think, a lot of people's systems to see him fail in the first innings. It was sort of similar vibes to go back to the Western Shield with Doyle Kaya getting out with that first ball. I don't think anyone was sort of expecting it, and it was a similar sort of story for Niaz, but just shows cricket's all about character. And he's got through that, and he's got a nice way to get off. Mugout is going to take the second over. It's that carbon copy of this morning's play up against McKeown. Straight to the fielder. One thing that was touched upon, Malta's fielding pretty sensational in that first game this morning.
Good start.
Did feel that that was where they may have been able to pit the game. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case for them. Yeah, firmly struck. Really nice shot through the covers. Just waited it on it nicely. And I think that's something that we are going to have to accept, is that the outfield is a bit long. Hasn't been cut for a while. So those shots aren't going to go for a boundary, unfortunately. Probably deserved one, to be fair, but not to be for young McKeown. Down the leg side and signal wide. Can't bowl there, I'm afraid. Of course, for those of you just tuning in, you're tuning into the Mdina Cup, which is a T20 international tri-series tournament between France, Malta and Belgium. Belgium will be playing their first game tomorrow. But yeah, Malta taking on France in their backyard. It was all France this morning. What's this afternoon going to be? Up in the air, chance, big chance here. Makes no mistake. And McKeown, unfortunate and, well, to be honest, bad form with the bat continues. And that one just lifting off slightly. And unfortunately for him, another failure with the bat this time. Only picks up 9 runs for his troubles. And you can see he knew straight away. Good catch from Sudarshan Anand. He made the ground, made it look easy. Big first wicket. And the big fish is gone in McKeown. He goes. And the score is 15 for 1. You can see he's pretty upset with himself. And you can understand as to why. He's, again, there's a lot of... You almost feel that there's quite a lot of pressure on him. And it's just one of those things where you might feel that maybe that pressure just slightly getting to him because... Oh, there you go. He's walking past our fixed camera there. There you go. There you go. He says it's just come up a little bit. Just, that's... I don't think, again, I've said it a couple times today, I don't think you need to be a body language expert to work out what he's signalling out there. Anyway, Muqtali Gulami will come in at 3, similar to this morning, coming in early, coming in the middle of the second over. This is nicely played into the onside. This should probably just be 2 and will be. It's good fielding by Darshi Patanka. Jay asking, how much is going continuously? They are. There are games here, of course, in France and over in Italy. There are games going on there as well. So you've got T20s here, T20 Internationals and domestic T10 out in Brescia with Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo taking you through those. Again, confidently played, but still to no run. Malta just need to know that they have to keep plugging away. There's a long way to go in this tournament. Yes, it's only a 4-day tournament with 3 days of group action and then your final on Sunday. However, one win and you could be in that final because you just never know how the rest are going to go. So they've got to stick at it, have Malta. Nicely played straight to Zishan Khan in the covers. Just sort of keeps everyone on their toes and has a little fumble. But that'll be the close of, again, a very good start for Bugle. He picks up the big wicket of Makio and he's gone. One big fish back in the shed. Score is 17 for 1 after 2. It's a stunning location here in Dreux. We were, of course, here not too long ago, in fairness, where, of course, we saw the European Cricket Series here in France, the first ever edition, and we thought, well, we loved it here so much, we'll come back again just a couple of weeks later. And I was lucky enough to be able to come here this time, and it's a stunning ground. And I tell you what, the weather probably helps. It's a beautiful day. It's currently sat at a very nice 19 degrees, which is stunning. Outside edge, and it'll just be 1, Niaz. Just rotates the strike. No breeze, but it's not really needed because plenty of shade due to the sort of surrounding trees. It really is stunning. Sort of just slam bank in the middle of nature, and you drive in to the ground. You're basically going through the fields. It's kind of surreal when you get here, and there's a great amount of infrastructure as well, which is, I think, was the most surprising thing for me. I knew I'd seen photos of it, but it was it was very much the infrastructure that almost surprised me. We had a lovely spot of lunch in the tent over there. It kind of reminded me of, and I've actually never been to one. Back of a length again, just pushes into the offside for no run. It reminds me of Lashing's cricket. It's like old legends that I've seen, and sort of charity days. They do it different things. And I know there's another one somewhere that's escaped my memory. But that's that sort of feeling with the tents, and it's a really nice, lovely feeling here. And there's also a nice area for a few spectators, a couple of picnics going on as well, which is really good, really lovely to see. And long may it continue. Up in the air, gets lucky. That's just going to be chipped. Bit of the old sand wedge about this one. And Gulami coming off the back of the 7-ball duck, finally getting some runs under his name. So two batters who were sat on golden pairs escape it. Hamza Niaz goes large, and well, it was only a matter of time where Niaz was going to go big and realistically make the most of the chance he's been given here at the national side. And this is beautifully played. Slapped down the ground, 6 runs, and Hamza Niaz finally looking like he's looking a bit more comfortable in that blue shirt. This is confirmation, I think. There you go, 6 runs. shot. That is superb. That is stunning. That is one of the shots of the day. No surprise that Hamza Niaz is the man who's hit it, because that is some superb hitting. That is classic. That is textbook Niaz. Outside off, gets that front leg out of the way and swings through it, swings hard, and that will go a long, long way. 6 more, and back-to-back sixes. First time we've had that here in the Mdina Cup. Slow ball, gets it wrong though, down the leg side, and it's not the best of second overs this from Abbas. He had a good first one. This time around though, he was going for a fair few. Okay, so John Gray, of course John Gray was here during the ECS. John had a little stint on comms. I have to say, I did tune in. I did have a listen. Did very well, John. Get my seal of approval, get you back on any day of the week. Pushed up at him, and just a bit of a false shot going with the slower ball again. Bit of cat and mouse, bit of a chicken game about that one. Was he going to go for a slower ball or not? Question was yes. Comes to a dot ball. Good over though, Niaz going large. 32 for 1 after 3. So yeah, John was here, and he's telling me that the area behind there's like it's quite an old area, quite an old building, derelict building. So the condemned area behind you is the grounds of a former hospital, which is being transformed into a holiday centre. Well, I tell you what, I'd come on holiday here if it meant I could play cricket. That'd be pretty cool. I'd be pretty keen for that one. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about the likes of the Wimbledon series or the England ECS, of course, at the end of this month. It's all part of May Madness, as it's been dubbed. A lot of people, and I know, and people in the chat will probably know more than I will about this. Apparently there's talks of some meet and greet on the Monday. I'm travelling back from Estonia on that Monday, but I might be able to come and have a look. Mughal continues here for his second. It's a dot to start. A bit of a wayward throw. But yeah, you'll have to let me know what the details are for that, because when I land back into Stansted at about midday, so I should be there in the afternoon. But we'll have a look, won't we? Army 3 off 6 at the moment. Again, confidently played. He is there as the sort of anchor role, isn't he? That seems to be his plan. And to be honest with you, I kind of don't mind it. When you've got Hamza Niaz at the other end, you don't mind having someone who just sort of sits around and just plays around him. I guess that's kind of what Makio needs to sort of play out, but he almost wants to play the same similar role to what Niaz does. And as a partnership, in theory, it should work. Big appeal going down leg side for certain. As a partnership, it should work, but McKeown, I don't think there's been that communication that one of you goes large, the other one doesn't. Having two that does in T20 doesn't really have the same effect as it does in T10. So that's probably an area where they need to look at, and I'm sure that they've got some time this evening to have a look and work out where they're going to go in terms of their opening partnership, because it's not worked. It's as simple as that. Of course, France, they have the evening off, but they'll of course be playing in the morning against Belgium. We'll get a first look at Belgium. Some very familiar names in their squad. In all fairness, there was some very familiar names in that squad that a lot of people will recognise for sure. Shot, very nicely played, flicked nicely, using good use of the wrists there from Ghalami. It's not going to go all the way because of that. It's a long outfield. Grass not been cut in quite a long time. That's again a good delivery. Does well. That will be the end of the over then. That'll be 4 overs down. A good, again, good second over from Mughal. Doesn't go for very many, in all fairness and in all honesty. That was probably the over they desperately would have hoped for. Only goes for the 2 runs. And that will be the end of the fourth. It is 34 for 1. Okay, big party on the Monday apparently. Well, we'll see who turns up. I think it will be. I know there was sort of, I was hearing rumours of a. Well, there goes the van, by the way. The van's sped through. I don't know if you caught that, but that's transport and different things. We had some lovely lunch as well. Got to put that out there. We had some lovely lunch, like biryani, with nice yogurts and some fruit. Just very scrummy. Yes, with a defensive shot. Shows you. Everyone's capable of it, even if Niaz can. There's a lot of talk about people getting over to the UK for that England ECS. A lot of talk about using a ferry. I used to use a ferry quite a lot, in all honesty. There was a period when we moved from England to Spain, me and my family, in the car, and I'm not even joking, in the car there was 2 dogs, a cat and a hamster. And I think my parents' hope was that the cat would eat the hamster, but it didn't happen. So I had quite a lot of pets when I was a kid. Sharjit come into the attack. He bowled well in the first game. He started pretty nicely here on in. Gets Niaz off strike, which to be honest is probably a mini win. One of those mini victories that you sort of look for in a T20 game. It's all about mini victories. It's also about timing your pushes and your advances and when you're aggressive or when you're not. I think losing early wickets certainly will change the way you take it on, but I think you've also got to maintain that positivity. Oh, leading edge, gone. Well, talking of early wickets, another poor day for another member of the top 3 for the French side, Kalami. None off 7 in the first game, now 5 off 12. A leading edge, and Sharjit picks up another one. He's having a good day of it with the ball. He's enjoying himself, and understandably so. He's picked up another one. His first in this game, though. It's the second to fall. It's 35 for 2. Yeah, good catch in the end. That's Prasath. He doesn't put them down, and yeah, it's a poor outing for Kalami with the bat in hand today. He has to make the long-dreaded walk back to the dugout. As Christian Roberts will come out, but yeah, 5 off 12. Not quite what you want for your number 3. Another man who has struggled with the bat this morning, Roberts, confidently starts as this is just pushed down to long on for 1. Gets off the mark straight away.
Good bowling, boy, good bowling.
This is a lovely shot, just gets past Varun. Prasath in the covers, and it'll be another boundary. So Hamza Niaz, well, wickets tumbling around him, but he just carries on in classic Niaz style. That's another boundary, 4 more. Great way to end the over. And after 5, the score 40 for 2. Let's have another look at this one here. Still he is. The head, very minimal movement of the head. It's just still brute power and force. And yeah, gets away nicely. That'll be a really nice way to finish the over. That'll be 40 for 2. So 5 overs down. 40 on the board. Good run rate, going at 8, but it's the consistency that they have to look at. And just a little quick look here as well. This is the squads that we were talking about there, and you can see there the Belgian side. Some names that we do, of course, recognise. Sabiz Zakil, Ali Raza, Gerard Sheikh, Sherry Butts is a name that we all know as well. So some big names in there, some big names to look out for. That's live action and asking the question. Sharju continues. Oh, that's not Sharju, apologies. That's Singh, in fact. This is hit nicely. Good running, more positive. It's good fielding, though. Good fielding. Direct hit, but no question as to whether or not he made his ground. You can see that. Comfortably in. Just drops this. To the onside. And again, goes across the line, however. Gets a little inside the edge and it's enough on it. That'll run away for just the single. Roberts again, you feel, got to give himself time. This is a time where it is a bit of a rebuilding session. Yes, Niaz is going well. Yes, he's 23 off 13, but you've got to give yourself time. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. Roberts just doesn't. I don't know what it is. I think it's more. I don't think it's a mental thing, and then it's ends up becoming a physical block. It just doesn't seem to be too comfortable at the moment, does Roberts? Last ball though, then, of this 6th over of the power play, and this will be an inside tickle. This is going to run and race away, and this will go for 4. So it does have the legs. It's a tantalising chase for Darshit Patanka. Ball is the winner, so we finish with a boundary. Roberts, that'll hopefully do his confidence a wealth of good. End of the 6th, end of the power play. Decent power play for France, 47 for 2 off 6. You can see there, nice little tickle. Of course, that is the end of the power play. See that. He's a little bit frustrated, Patanga, who's sort of always interested in that one. Now, this is a different move. They're going to spin pretty early this time around, right at the back end of the power play, just as it finishes. And it's going to be the skipper to bring himself on in, Varun Prasath here. So he's now going to have a look to see what he can do. And bowled well, didn't he, in that first game? Felt as if he kept an end pretty quiet for quite a long time, in my opinion. Probably one of the more effective bowlers, picked up 2 wickets, only went for the 23 runs, so he had a pretty good game, in fairness, apart from just not getting them over the line, really. There's Zishan. Zishan's in and around, and he'll be hoping he can improve on his performance as well with the bat. That's going to be, though, a wide to start for Prasath. Better areas, bowls to his field. ended up coming off very weirdly and off the bat. A little bit frustrated he can take that one. You do have a feeling that he could look to try and take on Prasad here. I don't think it's in his nature to sort of nerdle around. But again, if you have that communication and that understanding between the two batters that you aren't, you know, one's going to go, the other's not. He has annoyed that wasn't given as a wide. Dot ball though. As I say, if you have that sort of chemistry between you two where you understand what one's role is and the other is, then you know, and it will be successful. It's about understanding that. This is carved away, straight to the fielder though, a backward point. And this is again another tidy over from Prasad, just the one off it. Have to keep plugging away though. Up in the air, and it's just going to run away and race away. Jaspal Singh gives chase. He does just cut it off, only just though.
Good throw, good throw.
Just, and that is at the end too. A very good over. Just 3 coming off it, a single and 2 off the final ball. It's a great first over to mark the end of that power play. You can see there Niaz just carving it away. And that will be the end of the over. Score 50 for 2 after 7. See there, the expected score in that bottom left, looking around about that 150 mark as Singh is going to continue. Just went for 7 off his first. You do just feel that Roberts has got to keep plugging away. It's a better shot, nice shot into the covers. It's going to take some work out there. That's good in the end by the fielder out in the deep. And again, sensible cricket, not taking too many risks at the moment. You can kind of, well, you can see as to why. You do have to think, you know, go back a couple of hours ago, he was sat at sort of 50 for 5, 50 for 6, so they'd much rather be 53 for 2 with batters in hand, knowing that they can go big in the last sort of 7 or 8, rather than scrambling around for trying to get to 100, and then anything more is a plus. That's where their mentality has to shift. And having Niaz out there is certainly going to help that. 26 off 20. Yes, he slowed down a little bit. Nothing wrong with that, though. He made the most of the power play. Field's now gone out and spread. A wayward shot from Roberts. Just playing down the wrong line of it. He knows, though, doesn't he? He'll know that he has to do better after this morning, both with the bat and in the field. Wasn't the best day for him, or best morning, I should say. It's a more confident shot. Square drive, gets away nicely. Oh, but a yes, no, maybe. And they've got to be more conscious of their running. It was sort of met in the middle and had a bit of a tea date and sort of twiddled with each other's thumbs and then sent each other back. End of the over, though, and again, another good one from Singh with 5 coming off it. The score at 8 overs is 55 for 2. You can see here, look, sort of yes, no, maybe, oh, no, now we'll go, and then you just got to work out. That's just communication again, and that's just understanding, you know. Doubt these two probably would have actually batted too much together. So that understanding will take time. As will a lot of things here. You know, this is the thing, a lot of these players won't play a lot together. It's a sort of similar story for everyone at this similar level. Hit straight to cover, good fielding though. Takes a tumble, but fools our camera operator, fooled everyone, I think. That's Stanislaus in the covers. the veteran. Made it look easy though, in the end. Good lift. Very good lift from Prasath. Being a spinner and being that tall is a bit of a cheat code, really. Just causing a lot of problems. This time it's drift that does it. Completely plays around it. You can see there, Chanjal Sudasan, and then the man with the gloves on. He's had a good day. He's looking for another one here. He's looking for another victim to add to his list. Oh, that's a proper loopy looper. Deemed as okay and safe though. If it, in all honesty, probably gets away with it and he goes for one. Niaz goes for it, doesn't get any of it really. Very much cloth down to long on, and just gets the single again. Once again, just one. Be the end of the over. It's again very tidy from Varun. Just goes for three. And he's proving to be a class above the rest at the moment when it comes to individual skills. He's gone for just 6 runs off of 2 overs. Sensational bit of bowling. 9 overs down then France, 58 for 2. There you go, there's the story so far. It's been a good bowling from all of them, to be honest. It's not been too drastic runs-wise. Economy-wise, Wasim got a bit of tap, but that's just the over that Niaz decided to stick it up a gear. This is very much off the splice of the bat. Roberts again can't get it off the square. He just can't find that middle, that timing that he's looking for. He's trying to bully it across the boundary rope, which is not going to help. Niaz goes for it, and has he got it? Yes, he does. Agonisingly close for Stanislaus, the veteran out there, was looking very keen for the majority of that flight path. However, when it landed, it made contact after the rope, and that is 6 more. Niaz, once again, goes large. Oh, this is up in the air, but it's over the top. Back-to-back boundaries. This time it's 4 for Niaz. And well, I haven't had the chance to say it yet, but for the first time here in France, 6 and 4, Niaz is certainly looking hungry for more and looking to finally cash in at the moment. And he's doing so nicely. Carves this one away, and there's not much really that those in the inner ring could do. Now an inside edge. That's just where Niaz just loses his shape slightly. Just needs to keep that patience. It will come, just has to keep sticking at it. Again, Niaz, sorry, Roberts I should say. To be fair, he's actually playing a pretty good, healthy hand here. He's, yes, not getting it away, and I am giving, being a little bit critical of that, but he's just getting Niaz on strike, which is all you have to do. And Niaz, that'll be a dot to end, and that will bring us to the midway point of the innings, which will allow a couple of minutes for a drinks break for the 2 sides out there in the middle. You can see. Here come the water boys. The umpires are making their way out as well. They'll have a little rehydration moment. And you sort of, it gives us a moment just to have a look at where this match is. And again, I'd argue, pretty evenly poised, to be quite honest. And we can remind you again of what's coming up later on throughout the month of May. May Madness is what it's being referred to as, folks. We, of course, are here in France for the Mdina Cup, whilst Vinny and co are out in Italy, Brescia. That's the ECS that's ongoing at the moment. That finishes, of course, tomorrow. Finals day tomorrow with quarterfinals day at the moment. And then we've got internationals, of course, during the weekend with both Spain and Italy women's and men, of course. And then we move out to Estonia on Monday. That gets underway Tuesday. Another series starts, the night series in Coimbra. We're going back to Coimbra, folks. We'll be there on the Tuesday coming up. Then as well at the weekend, the Netherlands adventure will start, the Dutch adventure will start. We've got some domestics, T20, some internationals, some incredible internationals, some really high standard playing cricketers that will be there. That's the only way to put it. And some international women's cricket as well. So certainly looking forward to that. Continental Cup as well. We were there last year, so that'll be a weekend at the back end of May. And then we also finish off the month with that, of course, England ECS. Looking forward to all of this cricket. It's all happening in May, and I know that everyone here at the European Cricket Network, both on the ground and back in the office, are certainly looking forward to what is set to be just a thrilling month of cricket. Our drinks break concluded. Looks as if there was a slight substitution made. I think Jasminder Singh has just come on as the substitute fielder. As I believe Zishan Khan has just exited the field of play for a moment. In the chat, then you'll certainly have to let me know what series you're most looking forward to, because there's plenty to choose from there. Of course, the night event has got some household names involved in Portugal, as Prasath is going to continue, and I would not be surprised if we see Bikram Aurora come into the bowling attack at some point in the next over or so. Niaz then, been there for the first 10, got to go on and contribute largely in a serious capacity after making a good start. South concedes 2 singles off the first 2 deliveries of the over, and you'd have to say, well on top here at the moment at Malta with the ball, just in terms of Prasad. But that's a really nice shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. And that might just be the shot that gives Roberts the confidence he's been begging for over the last few deliveries. He hasn't looked very comfortable, but that was one of the best shots of the day. He just leans on it nicely, doesn't he? You can see there, plays it right under his nose, waits for it, and times it to perfection. That's the timing he's been looking for. 4 runs to the total. To a runnable 19, and the thing is as well is it also takes the pressure off Niaz. Yes, he is. We were saying he might just be playing the role where he's just sort of getting Niaz back on strike. But when a few runs come in and it's not him, then it will help, and these won't hurt either. This will be another 2. Bit of a breeze now, folks, as well. Probably right to the left across your screen, coming across the field. Basil there, doing a bit of fielding. Slower ball, more flight. Roberts was only able to play it to Ahmad in the covers. Shorter ball, and this time just slapped sort of, bit of, again, miscue. But he won't be too disheartened, Will Roberts. He will keep the strike. That will be the end of the 11th. France, 80 for 2. Roberts then. Runnable 22. He's not struggled, has he? He's he has at times, but he's sticking at it, and that's that's what we saw Kanasane do. Take your time, make sure that you work out what's being used around you, and stick around, because the longer you're there, the easier it will get, of course, and that's essentially what we're seeing here. Away, but quite carved away to a gap in the field. Top edge, tried to get on the sweep. Oh dear, well that's just comical. You can't write that. I said Bikram Aurora will definitely come on and cause trouble, and he should have had a chance there, and he should have had a wicket, but no communication. I think that's him and the skipper. Look at this. Pops off both of them, and they both just watch it. Oh dear. Well, that just sort of shows you where Malta are. And now Niaz comes on. This is another chance, is it? No, it's not. He doesn't quite get there. That's Basil George. Oh dear. You've got a feel for them. In fact, that wasn't Basil George. That was Jaspal Singh. And now Niaz moves into the 40s. And well, this is just a bit of a calamity over. Look at this. This is the shot down the ground. He hit it nicely, just didn't quite catch it. Just didn't make the ground, did Singh. Oh, now he's gone for it. And this is going to be 6 runs. This is out of here. Maximo time. And Niaz races along now. Just 3 short of his half century. That's boom, Basil. And all he could do was watch it sail over his head. 6 more. Really nice shot. Got all of it, didn't he? That is vintage Niaz. And now, after the coming off of a golden duck, he's looking to go large. He's gone for it again. He's got it. That's 6 more. That's even bigger than the last one. That one is out of here. And what a way to bring up your half century. And much to the applause of his teammates. No real surprise there. What a superb half century that is. 53 off just 29 deliveries. Coming off the back of a golden duck. That is one way to shut the doubters in and prove them wrong, and he's doing exactly that. But he's got to really push on now. Oh, you just can't bowl there to Hamza Niaz. Oh, he's gone for it again, this time over the offside chance. Gets taken, and well, that'll be 50 and out then for Hamza Niaz, and that's not what you want to see. That is the last person you want to see coming back out, because he's had a blinding innings, and unfortunately it's 50 and out, and he has to make the dreaded walk back. Carving away. It's a big hit out there, and it's tricky to make. That's a long way to go on the offside to carve it away. Didn't get the power, didn't get the elevation, and it will mean he has to go for 53 off 30. A very good innings from the opener, but he falls. Score 95 for 3 at the end of 12. Very good innings, though. No surprise that he comes out to applause. And well, this will be Kanasane, who comes in at 4 then. So he gets again another look here, and he's got another chance to really make an impact. He made a good impact in the last game. Can he make one this time around? Roberts, though, he's still there. This is again hit nicely by Roberts, as this will be fielded well. It's just a single, which means Kaswara and Kanasane will get on strike and will face his first delivery. No waiting around as he firmly strikes this down the ground. Straight to the fielder though. Oh, this is a leading edge. And again, just can't get there. I think that's Singh once more. That's twice now. He hasn't really been able to just read it and doesn't quite get there in quick time. So, a bit of a shame for him. Another one goes. Now Kanasani's still seeing it well, isn't he? Straight to the fielder though, unfortunately. That'll be a dot. Prasath though, even though he's been hit for a few runs, he's still only conceded 18. Gone wicketless, but he's done pretty well though at the moment. Well, this one up in the air, Kanasani, it's a big wicket they want, they don't get it. Mughal can't quite get there. It's another one where he just, fortunately for the batter, doesn't hit it well enough. Interesting though, complete opposite to what he did this morning. Not taking his time, he's going for the kill very early on. Last delivery of what's been a very good spell from Varun. It might go for 4, it will. That's a stunning shot again. As Mughal is not going to get there. That'll be 4 more, and that'll be a 4 to end the over. It's still a great spell from Varun Prasath, who only goes for 23. Goes wicketless though, but Roberts moving along nicely now, starting to build an innings. It's 103 for 3 off 13. Very elegantly played from Roberts, does well. Again, just leans on it, doesn't go for the second time we've seen him play out there, and he just doesn't opt for the aggressive shot, doesn't opt for power. Aurora is going to carry on then here in the 14th, and well, that will be a dot to start. Kanasani is looking to be aggressive here. It's an interesting move, but he's gone out to be the aggressor, so clearly just sort of saying, well, you're seeing it pretty well after last time, so this is a little bottom edge, and this will go run away. Ritesh in the chat saying, okay, Amatai is there. He is a beast. He is indeed. He had a good game, didn't he? Possible shout for PO player of the match, but he of course opted for the match-winning Ganasane. But yeah, he played well, bowled well, in fairness. Again, this is hit nicely. Apparently Vinny's having a few technical issues. Apparently they've silenced him, which is slightly concerning. Yeah, this is hit nicely. This is a full toss, and this is going to be 1 bounce 4. So Ganasane gets his boundary account open in the second game of the day. And yet again, in that deep mid-wicket area is where he likes to go. There you go. There's another good look at the shot there, and gets it nicely, gets it cleanly, which is the key thing for them here at the moment. Needs a response then, does Bikram Aurora. That's better bowling. Better bowling, good keeping. Good areas, that's where it's got to be. Ask the right questions, which is exactly what he did there. That's where it needs to be more efficient, rather than bowling one full toss every here and there. It's not going to help. Again, really stunning cricket shot through the covers, but there's a fielder out there. Yeah, you just feel that the outfield could probably do with a little bit of a trim, but nevertheless, it's still stunning. But he's probably not reaping the rewards for the timing. End of the over, and it is 111 for 3. So this is what's going on in Italy at the moment. Of course, Brescia. Now, I do hear that Vinny's having a few technical issues, but it is the last quarter-final of the day. And Giangiua Brescia, they're taking on, of course, Marco Milano in that one. And yeah, that's coming up soon. And you'll have to, of course, go ahead and say hello for me and look after him for me whilst he's out there as well. But yeah, plenty of cricket here on the network. Of course, it's finals day tomorrow. And we're, of course, live once more with 2 more games with France versus Belgium in the morning. Belgium taking on Malta in the afternoon game. Lots to look forward to, and at the moment it's currently France ahead. In all honesty, need to break or get the partnership broken, and they also need to remove Roberts because he's looking more and more content the longer he's out there. This is good fielding, good, not the best throw, but good running though. Come back for 2. Again, this time straight to the fielder though, but the pressure that they put him on does not help for him, and I'm afraid they don't quite get the run-out opportunity that they probably should have had. Of course, this is Sharji who's come back into the attack, and he's again looked very, very confident with the ball. It has to be said, he's not exactly looked rushed or like he's in any trouble. Oh, bottom edge, this is going to run away. It could be a big chase on for Singh here, because I don't think it's going to go all the way. It's going to be a teaser, it's going to stop just before. And they're going to have to come back for a 3. It's pretty rare we see one of those on the network. More likely in T20 than T10, but nevertheless, still a rare occasion they come back for the 3rd. See, proper bottom edge, gets a little bit lucky, throws everything at it though. Again, well hit, straight to him again. Once again, Britain Aurora just can't seem to get it out of the hand and get the throwaway, just can't seem to quite work it out. Lofts it up in the air, hasn't got all of it, should be gone, and it is. Mughal makes no mistake. So this is the big wicket that they were hoping for, and they do get it. So Kanasane unable to quite replicate what he was able to do in the first game. But nevertheless, he comes and he goes, and it will be another wicket. Another one falls. France now 118 for 4. It's a shame. He had a good first innings, didn't he, did Kanasane, but wasn't quite able to quite replicate it. Hit a nice 4 there, didn't he? But this time around, goes for 1 too many at the wrong time. Of course, he was dropped on 1 in that last game, and well, you'd argue that the runs he made ended up winning them the game. So he can probably sit there and say, it's all right, lads. I think it's time for someone else to do it. And well, Niaz and Roberts are putting on a pretty good show, as Cameron Ahmadzai will come out to the middle to join Christian Roberts. Starts confidently straight away, but that'll just be a dot to get his game underway. And has to be said that at the end of the over, with 5 overs to go, still looking pretty happy and comfortable at the moment, France. It's 118 for 4 after 15. I've had a couple of people ask me what those two rings are in the middle of the field, and what I can only assume is there for the sort of, I don't know what, obviously the domestic rules in 50 overs or the longer form, you know, the 1 dayers domestically, all those rules change in certain different areas. They could still employ that you have to have 2 catchers in, so that's what I'm assuming those rings are for. I know that rule is one of those that is kind of outdated slightly, but I have a feeling that that's what those are for. That was the kind of discussions that were going around the ground this morning when we first arrived. This is Abbas, who's come back, and a direct hit could have been out, but now there's a bit of work for the keeper to do. He does well. That's good cricket. That's just good cricketing knowledge from those, well, from the keeper more than anyone there. He knew that there was going to be a shot at the stumps and realised he's going to have to take it on and do the backing up himself. This is a beautiful shot. This is a cracking shot from Ahmadzai. He's a strong wall of a man, and he's absolutely pumped that over the offside. Carved it away, slices away 6 runs, 6 probably the best, to be honest. You can see there, very much bottom-handed to slice it away over cover. In the slot, though, and slot deliveries will get punished. He's gone for it again. Has he got all of it? No, he doesn't, but I tell you what, he's had an absolute nightmare out there as the fielder, Zishan Khan. That is not good enough. Those of you that are keen eye, that's Shazad, by the way. Shazad works with social media for the European Cricket Network. But Zishan Khan, what are you doing? He runs at it and then just sort of tries to kick and fail a leg at it. That's not good enough, not at the international stage. He's had a stinker, I'm afraid. That's another boundary. Ahmadzai just fends at this one. Abbas does a bit of anger in that last one. You can understand as to why as well. Slower ball, full toss. They're going to try and take it on here, and again, that's good running as it forces another mistake in the field. So Malta just starting to collapse slightly in the field, which is not what we saw this morning. We saw them pretty much on it every ball for 120 deliveries. This time around, they're showing signs of lapses in, I don't know if it's concentration or fatigue, but it's not working. Another slower ball, and again hit firmly, this time once more to Jaspal Singh. This time, no confusion, definitely just a single. And of course, that is the end of the over then. It's 132 for 4 after 16. Ahmadzai with some flourishing runs in that last over. 14 coming off it. It's been a pretty even affair this innings. Kind of more what we were sort of expecting. 132 on the board, going at just over 8 and a quarter. So looks as if it's a change in the ball again. Umpires here clearly don't like it being hit too much and want to change it once again. Had a pretty similar situation in that first game this morning. You can see it, they're deep in discussion, deep in conversation. The boy's been clearly hitting the ball too hard. Very much deep in conversation, but it's okay, we're going to continue. And for those of you who aren't aware, a new segment here on the, I've made it up, Hunt the Answer. Here's a question about cricket a day. Today's question is, which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in a single ICC World Cup tournament? You've probably got an hour I'd say, until we give you the answer. We're going to wait till halfway through the last innings, and we'll talk about the answer, but do have a guess. Let me know. Anyway, here's Sharju. And Sharju has been pumped into the onside. It's a catching chance. No, it's not. Zishan Khan again. He's going to have, I'll tell you what, he'll get moved. I am very certain he'll get moved because he's having a stinker out there. He can't seem to pick it. He's run past it again. This will be another 4. I can't understand it. Zishan's normally pretty confident, but he just loses it again and it still costs the boundary. He's not going to be on any Christmas card lists for any of these bowlers at the moment, specifically Sarju and for Abbas. Too short. This is going to be another boundary, I think. It's going to take some cutting off, and this time he does get the boot out. That will be 4. That won't be 4, sorry. He stops the 4, and Zishan can't. I tell you what, when you're when you don't want the ball to come to you, you almost can't escape it. You can see here, it's the old boot out. I think everyone behind him was expecting it to go for 4 as well. I think even Zishan probably thought it was going to go for 4. Hit firmly again. That's good fielding though, straight to Bugle. But again, Roberts now finding the timing that he was hoping and wanting to accomplish. Up in the air. There's a chance again. Zishan, can he this time? Oh no! Oh, the poor bloke. The poor bloke just can't get away from it at the moment. He can't seem to escape the drama. It's a drop chance. Sharju should have had 2 in the over. I thought he had it. I thought he had it here. Oh, he never had it. He never had it, did he? And it was a tough chance, but he sort of just felt cometh the man, cometh the hour. Not meant to be. Last ball of the 17th. This time down the ground, as well fielded again by Aurora, hit firmly by Roberts. That'll be the close of 17th. Score 142 for 4. See that expected score, just simply due to the last couple of overs, has rocketed to a score about 170. I mean, last few overs have been rather expensive for Malta, and yet again it's similar to the last game where those middle overs between 12 and 17, 18 have just not been tidy enough. They've let too many go. Similar in the last game, this time around, well, they've conceded, a very dire amount, almost 62 runs in the last six or 7 overs. Now immediately they call for 2. You would understand if they, he turns it down. He turns it down, and for Roberts he'll be a little bit upset, but for Ahmedzai you can kind of understand why. He was enjoying the bowling he was receiving off of Abbas. He's gone for it again, but once more Zishan, he's out there covering a lot of ground. He's got to do the work again, and oh dear, I tell you what, that actually was probably a little bit further than, a little bit closer to what you were probably imagining. He has been busy, to be fair, as Zishan. He is a bit of a magnet. He can't get away from it at the moment. Well, that's a rare dot. Ahmedzai just missing out on that one this time. This time, once again, this is just going to be a bite. There's going to be more though. Well, Roberts isn't interested, and Roberts wasn't paying attention. So probably a little bit frustrating for the French. Head trip, and a lot of people saying that they're gutted for Zishan. Yeah, absolutely. No one ever does it on purpose. This is cricket, and everyone makes mistakes. It's just one of those days, and everyone loves Zishan simply because he's a bit of an avid chatter. He loves the European Cricket Network, and we love him for it. And unfortunately for him, it's just not clicking in the field. That catch was almost one of those where you wanted to see him get it. That's going to be a wicket, though, as Roberts finally goes. And a good little innings from him. Run up just above a runner ball, and just sort of has kept things ticking for France. But it's a good innings that does come to an end as Wasim Abbas picks up his first wicket, and he doesn't seem too pleased about it. But slower ball. It was more the cutter, I believe. Roberts plays all round it. He goes, and it's the 5th wicket to fall. Last delivery coming up at the 18th score, 146 for 5. Good little innings, though, from Christian, to be fair. 40 off of 37. Very helpful, very, very helpful. You know, you take that away, they're struggling. So now looking at the sort of middle to lower order then, the tail, is it going to wag? Needs some last few over ballistics from them. Usman Khan is the new batter. Hits it away nicely, but that's a good foot from Aurora in that sort of backward point area. Did well to get a foot on it, in all honesty. End of the over then, isn't it? It will be 147 for 5 with 2 overs to go. And now you sort of think, okay, well, bowlers-wise, where are they going to go here? And well, with 2 overs to go, probably going to get an over out of Sharjah, which it looks as if that's going to be now. And then after that, because Abbas is finished, isn't he? He's bowled out for 1 for 45 off 4. After that, you're probably going to go Mughal, I'd assume. Mughal he's only bowled 2 overs. And then you've got one from Sharjah. You can either go, they've got Aurora, Singh, and Mughal. I have a feeling they'll go Mughal, but only time will tell. But all I can tell you now is Sharjah, for his last over then, he's going to start as this is pushed into the offside for 2. Good running, very good cricket from France. They just seem to have been a little bit more switched on. Just seem to be a little bit more switched on with the bat. Seems as if they're applying themselves to the situation more than in the earlier games. They just seemed a little bit panicky and wanted to see ball hit ball, whereas T20, that's just not the case. That's going to be a dot ball. Well, Khan isn't very happy about it. Khan wasn't keen on that call. We'll move on. Oh, this one's going to stay low once more. Again, another dot though, so clearly sneaking it in. Oh, that one is going to be a wide. Wasn't going to get away with that one. He was pushing that wide line as much as he possibly could, and umpire was giving him a fair amount of leeway, but that one was one too many. I believe Vinny's got sound back, and he's recovered from his technical issues. 150 up for France. Into the pad, they're going to run. They're going to take him on, and it's a little bit of the old hot potato. No one really wanted to run over the ball. Someone had to. Comes through for a single, little leg bye. outside edge, and that's going to be 4. And you got to feel for Sudarsananen because that flew it in very quickly. It is going to go down as probably a drop chance, but that flew off the edge of Ahmadzai, and there's not really much a keeper can do. His starting position wasn't too bad, and good reactions to almost get there, but he took a stunner earlier this morning, wasn't quite able to get anything on that. He would have been frustrated that he didn't get a glove on it, I feel. That certainly flew very quickly, but I'm afraid he didn't fly as quick as the ball did, and that's 4 more. So Ahmadzai moves on to, again, 25. He's again proving to be a handy man in this setup for France. Oh, has this come off the pad? Clearly must have come off the pad. End of the over then, and it will be 155 for 5 after 19. So, last overtime then, and they'll be hoping for 166, 165 minimum really. You want 10 off the over, anything more is a plus, and I think you also have to go off the back of that first innings, I think, or the first game this morning. Malta seemed to struggle with the bat. They only had one person who was really able to get going in Prasad. Stanislas was able to help slightly with a score of 20 odd, but you still feel that realistically 150 should probably be enough. I'd say 150 is probably about par, probably about average on this pitch, but we will see. It is going to be Mughal who's going to come on for this last over, so that prediction was correct. Oh, this is going to be up in the air. This is a really nice shot from Usman Khan. That'll be 4 to start, so a great start to the over for the French. And this is just shot selection here. I think this morning we would have seen players or batters try and swap that down the ground, or just some bizarre shot choices here. Knows it's gone wide, and there's all that Aurora can do is see it flail over the boundary rope. 4 more. Great start to the over for the French, moving up to the 160s now. Oh, he's gone for it again, and he's got it as well. He's got enough on it. This is going to be back-to-back boundaries, so 4-4 off the first 2, 8 coming off them. And Mughal, anyone who bowls from that end seems to get a bit of tap. It was Niaz doing the destruction from there earlier. And then Ahmadzai, and now this man Khan's getting involved in the action. Needs a response. Full toss is probably not what he was hoping for, but he gets away with it. As Khan misses out on this time. This one big time. Yeah, you can see he's very much frustrated with himself there. Feels as if he has missed out on probably what was another boundary opportunity. Oh, again, Stram firmly struck, and Zishan Khan. Well, I don't understand this. Zishan is not opting for much fielding with the hands, but he's out on the boundary, and I don't quite understand it. Again, Zishan, lovely bloke, really huge part of the community, but fielding's got to be slightly better, you feel, in terms of just getting down, and it's more dangerous than anything. Running the risk of breaking a toe or snapping your ankle in half, it's not fun. Well then, they didn't really look to rush for 2 there, so it looks as if Ahmadzai will be on strike then for the last ball, and I have a slim idea that he's probably only got one thing in mind. Here we go then, last ball time. And he's going to finish with a 4. That is a stunning way to finish. It's a great over for France, and to be honest with you, it's been a pretty sensational innings from France. They'll finish on 170 for 5, bang on. And it's a sensational bit of work. Struggling at one point to look as if they were even going to get to the 140 mark. But yeah, make it really look really easy, to be honest with you. And they end up making it pretty comfortably to 170 off of their 20 overs. It will mean that, well, Malta, they're going to have to pull off a monster chase if they're going to go ahead and chase this one down. They'll be set 171 off of their 20 overs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights then. And Niaz, well, what a great finally was able to get things going with the bat. He was very much struggling at times, wasn't he, this morning after getting a golden duck. However, he made it look very easy this afternoon with the bat. That was how McKeown went, and you just sort of felt, uh-oh, is it going to be a repeat of last time? Luckily for France, it wasn't, as Hamza Niaz kept going with the ball, with the bat, I should say. He was, of course, joined by Galami. His woes did continue. Roberts, though, he had a weird one, wasn't it? It was a bit of a struggle for him at times, but he ended up actually playing a really, really good innings. I felt sort of played the anchor role, and sort of everyone built around him. Yes, he didn't go on to score as quickly as he probably would have hoped. However, I still feel that what he was able to produce was enough. Fielding-wise for Malta, not quite good enough, I'm afraid. Just seemed to I don't know, just switch off, really, lose concentration. I mean, the idea of foot fielding at the international level just isn't good enough for me. You've got to be looking to do the basics right, which I felt they did in the first game. Second game, not so much, I'm afraid. But still, positives to take from it. You sort of feel that a couple of their bowlers probably really well. I thought Muga at the top was really good. He struggled in that last over, but when you've got batters coming out trying to take you on, that's kind of going to be expected. And some of these shots, you have to say, from France at the back end, especially through the covers, were sensational. And this was that last over, and it was a great way to finish then. They finished with a flourish of runs. So 171 will be the total. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time as we'll see the responses. Malta, they'll be needing 171. Otherwise, they're not going to take any wins out of the day. France looking to double up after this morning's win. Don't go nowhere. We'll be back 10 minutes' time. You're watching the Mdina Cup with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon. Welcome back for the final time here this afternoon to the Dreux Sports Cricket Club here in Dreux, France. You join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of game number 2 of the Mdina Cup here in France. Of course, Mdina Cup, the 3 teams taking part: Malta, France, Belgium. Malta looking to chase 171 against a French side here this afternoon. Of course, France taking a victory earlier this morning. And after a spot of lunch, they came back out and were pretty successful in their batting this afternoon, finishing on 170 for 5 off their overs and off their allotted overs, in fairness. And yeah, they just looked again a little bit like a class above Malta at the moment. Malta in the field seemed to struggle. Well, that man on your left, he had a horrid time. Did Zishan Khan. Of course, he is, of course, a big member of the online chat community, but wasn't able to quite find his footing. Well, I should probably better use of a word, his hands, because he couldn't field to save his life, in all honesty. But that's all in the past. He's got to look to try and get some runs on the board and do so pretty quickly. 171 the target, needing to go at just over 8.5 and over if they're going to have a chance of getting near this total. Of course, it would mean that they'd go into tomorrow's afternoon fixture against Belgium without a win here this morning. And of course, a win for France would put them pretty comfortably at the top of the table. Of course, first takes on second in the all-important final on Sunday. Just the one game on Sunday, which is that final. And that is, of course, in the morning. But at the moment, though, it's Zahiri taking on Basil George. Oh, Basil George could be gone first ball here, or has he got enough on it? I don't think he has. Ah, he's gone. And, well, that's probably the worst start you could imagine for Malta, as Zahiri gets the big boom-boom. Well, no boom-boom this time. Basil George goes without troubling the scorers. It is a royal duck here, and that will be the... That's unfortunate for Basil George, and that is going to be the first wicket that goes. And there you go. That's an unfortunate look for him. Basil George goes, score none for 1 after the first ball of the match, of the innings, in fairness. Apologies. No mistake out in the deep. Watched it all the way. There's a lot of hang time on that one. Yeah, Basil George goes, and that's not a pretty sight. It looks as if there's been a change here. Samuel Stanislaus has gone in, so Darship Patanka. It's a bit harsh on him, to be honest. I think he looked okay. He just got out in a pretty unconventional method in the fact that he was run out as due to the batter at the other end hitting it firmly back at the bowler, and the bowler got a hand on it. Stanislaus though in at 3. Starts with a dot. He batted okay, didn't he? Got 20 odd in that first game. This time again, rushing in, really rushing them for pace here is Zahiri. He's a very talented player.
Nice batting, Zahira, well ball.
Of course, again, very young. Has played for President 11 in the ECS. He's only 21 years of age and proving to be a very, very good player. France, this is the thing, not struggling for young talent, are they? He's sort of getting going young, and does seem to be paying off for them at the moment. Of course, going pretty well at the moment. But they've got to make sure that they look to... Zishan Khan gets this away nicely, and that will be a huge sigh of relief for quite a lot of viewers, I'd imagine. Zishan Khan gets off the mark here, and it's a nice confident shot through the covers. See there, classic Zishan style, gets that front leg out of the way. The ball left in the over. It's been a good one from Zahiri. It's probably just going to be a single to finish it off. It will be, so Khan will keep the strike. And the score after the first over is 4-1. For one then after the first, and it's just the last mention. I'll do it before we get to the 10 over mark. Hunt the answer is the new game we're playing, and the question is which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in a single ICC World Cup tournament. So let me know what your answer is. I'll release the answer. I'll announce the answer at 10 overs. It's my version of what else have we got that we normally have? Of course, we've got Rico's on this day. Vinny likes to do the lurker call-outs at the random question time. We can have a bit of random question time as well, of course. And I know a lot of people coming back and forth between the coverage here in France, but also the ECS going on in Italy at the moment. Of course, quarterfinals Friday, the last quarterfinal underway. Heading into finals day tomorrow as Ahmedzai comes in and bowls very, very quickly to start off with. Zishan Khan sort of says, not wide, no, okay, just trying to find a way of getting out of this one. That was a pretty quick start for Ahmedzai. To the thigh pad. Think about having a shot at the stumps as Ahmedzai, but he doesn't go for it in the end. Yeah, Cameron Ahmedzai, one of the more senior members of this French side. Coming in at 30 years of age. This is a nice shot from Stanislaus, and this will be 4 runs. And clips away and makes use of the extra bit of pace, I think, from Ahmedzai. That's a nice looking flick, though, from Stanislaus off the pads. That's 4 runs. There you go, you can see there. Nice little flick into the leg side. Gets it away nicely, doesn't he, Stanislaus? The veteran, as I've given him the nickname of, and yeah, seems to be pretty good for it at the moment as well. That's going to be a wide. That'll be 1 too many for the over. After probably giving the order of the first one for the first ball. Zishan Khan wasn't too happy with it. This is a nice shot again from Stanislaus. This will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Stanislaus liking the look of Ahmedzai, just sort of saying, yeah, I don't mind your pace, doesn't trouble me. Sort of just watches it all the way, and that'll be a really nice nice shot for the highlight reel. It's the bowling though, it's in the slot, it's asking to be hit. And well, Stanislaus just happy to oblige. Again, hit firmly, it's going to burst through. No, it's not. Excellent fielding from Galami. Does well. That was certainly looking as if it was going to be running towards the boundary. Luckily for the France side, Galami was happy to put his body on the line. Now it's a top edge, and I think this is going to be 1 bounce 4 as well. It is, so this is a good over for Malta. Taking the attack to this French side and taking the attack to Cameron Ahmedzai. 14 come off it. Well, make the most of it whilst you can. Score at the end of 2. Malta, 19 for 1. Well, might have lost that one. That looks as if it's gone right through into the forest, and we've lost the play. He's gone. Can't see him anymore. That's a goner. So whilst that new ball's or a new ball is being looked for. Funny how they're not looking for a new ball this time around, even though it's got lost, but they will look for one when it doesn't need to be. Stanislaus, pretty happy, look pretty comfortable. But here's 10, hits some nice shots. Proper digs this one out of the block hole, doesn't he? And does well, in all honesty, in the first instance. Does well to just keep it out. Damage limitations now, you kind of have to feel. Gotta feel that, well, net run rate could come into it, of course, with the likes of Belgium coming into the frame of things from tomorrow. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 6 runs, and away it goes. 6 runs and 6 of that's pretty good-looking shots as well, because Stanislaus just swivels on this one. It's too short, in all honesty. You can see he picks it up early, picks up the extra bit of length, and he's going to be pretty happy just to turn this one round the corner. So that'll be 6 runs, and Stanislaus is enjoying his time out there after being moved up to 3.
Point. Yeah, behind, in front. Stop that single, please. Thank you. Where's the ball?
A little bit of a conversation and a field change. There's a white van. There's always a man with a van. Oh, he's gone for one too many here. Should be gone, Stanislaus. Oh, it's been put down. It's been put down, and the man who had realistically a nightmare in the field this morning, well, his woes continue. Roberts puts down not an easy catch. It was spinning, probably had some serious revs on it off the bat. Probably moving quite a fair bit in the air, but never looked comfortable underneath it. And Stanislaus gets a very early life, and well, he'll continue to fight for another day. Roberts had the old teapot. This time, flicked into the onside. It's good batting. Good batting, and Keogh, the skipper, doesn't look too happy with his fielders at the moment.
Next to that umpire, please. Thank you. Just make sure not behind. Yeah, stop that single.
He's gone again. Roberts, second time lucky, same batter, makes no mistake. And all that will make him feel oh so good, because it was a carbon copy of a drop that he made just a couple of deliveries ago. But he makes no mistake this time, and Stanislaus' fun comes to an end. His drop was only worth 1, and Roberts was able to rectify his mistake. And it will be the second to fall, so Stanislaus will go. The score now, 27 for 2. There goes Stanislaus. Play a nice little cameo, but in T20 you need a little bit more than just cameos, I'm afraid. You need someone to go big, and Malta just not seem to be finding that sort of person at the moment. I'm just looking across and I'm trying to see if, well, I'm assuming Prasath will probably have his pads on, but they've opted with Jaspal Singh as the new batter to come out here at 4, correction. Of course, Singh we've seen play for multiple teams out Malta, of course. American University, Montesquieu United, power hitters as well, to name a few. This is just confidently played and pushed. Get off the mark straight away. He'll keep the strike though. It'll be 28 for 2 after 3. So, of course, Zishan Khan still out there in the middle at the moment. Of course, has a international T20 100 to his name, 115 against Luxembourg. We can have a look then here at the standings, and there's some confirmation of the sides. And of course, we've also got confirmation of run rates after this morning's play. At the moment, it's looking as if France are heading towards 2 from 2. Malta looking as if they're going to lose 2 from 2, and that's not the stat you want coming out of the first day of action here in Dreux. And there's a lot of pressure on Malta now to try and get something out of this. But yeah, Zishan Khan, of course, he's got a high score of 115. It's an interesting record. He's got a fair amount of T's. He's a couple hundred short of 1,000 T20I runs. Had a good year in 2021, and even a very good year last year. It's the most amount of games he's played last year, though. But he's got a couple of 50s, 2 50s and 100 last year, so looking to hopefully kick on with that form. This morning wasn't the prime example of that, nor was it in the field this afternoon. Again, same drops, and they were looking for a run, but it wasn't meant to be. Just hit back right off the splice, unable to really get the work going here, it just seems. Again, it's time to mid off, and T20Is there. Again, Singh yet to really enjoy himself at the moment. This time just drops in. A bit of a slip and a slide. Oh dear, that's Dawood Ahmadzai, and well, he's not on his back, but I think that might just be more the slide. Proper goes from out beneath him, doesn't he? Oh dear, there's not much you can do about that one. Oh dear, well that one is gonna just be the leg bye. This is hit nicely, but again, on this outfield, probably isn't going to go all the way. It'll be cut off by Roberts. And well, Zishan Khan's gone down as well, and he doesn't seem to be getting up very quickly here. This is not nice to see. Not too sure as to what's happened here. I don't know if I think he just slipped, but not too certain. And he stayed down here, and this isn't good here at all. This isn't good. He's not getting up quickly here. Just not too sure as to see what happens here. Does he slide, or he just slips and goes from underneath him and then tries to catch himself, and that's where you sort of get a few more issues and problems as to what it's worth. He's getting some help here from Dawood, who's offering some form of assistance. I don't know how much that's helping him, but it's helping nonetheless. You can just see he just goes down very gingerly from everything, just sort of goes out, and it's more of a jarring than anything, I feel. He stayed down here, and that what that could do is then just come back over and go into your back, which is more the issue. Well, there's the old magic spray. The magic spray's out already. And he's still down here. This isn't nice to see, folks. Slowly getting up to his feet, which is nice to see, but yeah, you can see that he's in some real discomfort. Yeah, that's what he's holding his back for, so it's obviously gone through and jolted the back. And what we can do is just run you through what to expect tomorrow. Of course, we've got the first look at Belgium with some big names. Baran Niaz is a huge name. Waqas Raja, he's a serious cricketer as well. Zabir Sakil, Ahmadzai, another Ahmadzai in there, Khalid Ahmadi, and then Sherry Budd, of course. Some lesser known names as well in there, so very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do. I think, you know, they're probably coming in as, I'd argue, maybe favourites. I think depending on the outcome between them and France. But yeah, what is good to see is that it looks as if Zishan is good to continue. Just wanted to get some attention and just get a little bit of free spray as well. So good to see that he's made it. He's okay. He doesn't look in too much pain now. It would just depend on how much he ends up getting a move on and making the most of his
well ball, Dina. Well done. Come on, Shagir. Shaba, Dina, Shaba.
tripping. Those days, it seems, isn't it? And again, nicely hit. Too gingerly. Ball with a feel.
Well done, well done.
It was a bump ball.
Behind.
Zai. Moved on.
That side, Gustav, from umpire. That side, that's right.
Goal.
Zahir. Dead ball. Yeah. That's you. You are there. Back over.
I think just you found out. Time. Well, I'd like to have another look at this one here. Just being. It'll be 36 for 2 then, after their 5 overs. Of course, a bit of a delay due to that injury to Zishan, but good to see that he's recovered and he's okay. Of course, 5 overs time. We'll get the answer to hunt the answer. We'll find out what that answer is to the question. Still though, at the moment, Malta, a bit of a rebuilding point. Looks as if they're going to go to some bit of a change up here. Looks as if Roberts is going to get a ball. We didn't see him in the first game at all this morning in a positive light. His fielding was wasn't the best, and his batting, he did struggle, as did most of the top order, so that can't be down to just him. But nice to see that he's going to get an opportunity. An opportunity this time around with the ball. To be honest, you kind of feel that he does just need a bit of a pick-me-up, really. Of course, got some runs under his belt, which would have been nice. And then dropped the catch, but managed to make up for it. Now he's got a chance with the ball. A couple of wickets certainly wouldn't go amiss for him here. Almost gets one, but he's going to get hit for a boundary straight away. That'll be 4 runs for Zishan Khan, making no issue with his back. Says, no, I'm absolutely fine. I'm going to carry on, and carry on he will. That's a nice looking shot for him. Gives himself a bit of room, but it's too wide, way too wide. He's reaching for it massively there, and Zishan just sort of says, it's okay, I could just about reach it. Manages to get something on it. Well, something he did, plenty of it in fact. That's a good comeback from Roberts, not scared to give it a bit of flight, which I don't mind. Interesting that he doesn't go for young Sajjad Stanexai, isn't it? Doesn't go for the old wonder kid. Goes for Roberts instead, does McKeown. This is before, and this is not paying off this move, but it's an interesting field, to be honest with you. Just looking at it now, and there's no... Got a very wide mid-off. There's more of an extra cover, and then no one behind. Still no one there. So still no change. There's no one back there either. Wouldn't surprise me if he tries to go again. He gets stuck. Gets a little bit stuck on this one. Down the leg side. Great take from John Jackson behind the stumps. Very much unsighted with that one. Full toss. Luckily for him, there is a fielder down at long on. There's Hamza Niaz. He'll be happy. Will Niaz? He was able to finally get going with the bat in the tournament. That's going to be a dot to finish. So that'll be the end of the power play. That'll be 6 overs gone. Score 46 for 2. Yeah, so that rate's been pretty consistent, just below 9s. It started at 8.5 and just starting to creep up slightly. They do need probably another just big over or two that sort of sets them up nicely, where you get sort of 10 or 12 off and over. They're going to go to Mr. Universe now in the likes of Dawood Ahmadzai, who bowled, I thought he bowled pretty well in that first game here this morning. To give him another opportunity here. Once again, Start with a pretty brutal long hop.
निकल और बहुत गंदा नहीं किया
कितने खाए
15
हाँ वो जो 2 चौके खाए थे
Zishan goes for it, doesn't get all of it. It'll be a tough chance if he takes it. Oh, and Ahmadzai can do no wrong today. That's a superb catch onto the onside. And he took a good simple catch earlier on out there this morning. However, this time around he had a lot of ground to cover and he still manages to take the catch cleanly. And you can see the momentum that he's got. He has to keep on going, has to put the brakes on. And that's a superb catch, and it brings an end to a disappointing day for Zishan. Struggled in the field, struggled with the bat as well. So he will go, which will mean that the score now, currently in the second match of the day, of course, between France and Malta. Malta at the moment, 46 for 3 here at the moment. So Mr. Universe picks up a wicket then and breaks up the little partnership between these two. It wasn't a great partnership, but nevertheless still a partnership. But out comes the man. He's coming off the back of a very well-made half-century. It wasn't enough to get his side over the line, and he probably would have been quite frustrated at that one, would Varun. Very passionate about his cricket and about Malta, about cricket Malta as well. This will be a single to start. Again, good fielding. France very much on it in this second game of the afternoon. Good afternoon to Steve, joins us. Says, love seeing more Euro T20 again. Nice pleasure to bring you some of it. Again, this time. Through the fielder, that's young Stanig's eye. Took his eye off it at a point. This is a nice shot, just lofted over the top. I'm going to take on the arm, and it's a good arm as well, but I understand as to why, but been a good over this from Ahmadzai. Picked up a wicket. He's only gone for a couple of runs, and they're going to take him on again. And this time, the pressure is too much for young Zahiri. I say young; they're all pretty young. Everyone's sort of around 20. It's very impressive from France at the moment. Well on top here. End of 7, score 51 for 3. Yeah, of course, lots of T20 action coming up on the European Cricket Network throughout the month of May. I can't speak for any further than that because I'm not too sure what's coming up and what's coming up when, because there's all too much going on for my little brain to comprehend. But of course we're in the Netherlands for quite a lot, and I can give you a visual look, and you can see we're here in Mdina, in the Mdina Cup, and we've got loads of T20s over the course of 12 days out in the Netherlands, and we've also got a weekend in Romania as well. So plenty of T20s to come. So, of course, lots of action to come. And good to see that we're going to get a look at Sadad Stanig's eye. I was concerned the youngster was going to almost be ignored for this innings. Oh, this is a dirty, dirty long one, but he gets away with it. And for South, if he was in, probably would have been hoping to take that sort of into the old hospital behind us, but for the youngster, he doesn't quite pull that off. a confident shot once more from Singh, who's now 5 off of 12. But again, this is just solid T20 fielding and bowling this from the French side at the moment. Nothing crazy, nothing, not sort of reinventing the wheel here. They're just sticking to the basics, and it's paying off. Well, paying off pretty nicely here. They've got Malta in a heap of trouble. They can't really seem to get going here. Well, they both meet in the middle here, and well, you have to get another look at this, because they have a conversation in the middle between Prasath and Singh. Don't really know why Singh didn't take it on. It was certainly a single. Kanasano was running, picking it up in his weaker hand. Oh, that's well bowled. Very well bowled. And again, they're asking the question, and he's given. And Prasath has to go. And Stanik Zai, the youngster, picks up his first international T20 wicket. And it's the big one of Prasath. He goes stuck in front. And it will mean that, well, with that, hopes probably will start to fade. Probably outside the line. But in fairness, watching that in real time, watching then that the pad sort of comes back in, he doesn't do himself any favours, does Varun. So he'll probably feel a little bit hard done by. But it will mean that he has to go, and it's the 4th wicket to fall now. It is 53 for 4. Steve's saying, don't know if there's been an answer to that question. I'd guess that someone during a recent one, what everyone plays each other with more games. Good logic. Very good logic, Steve. See, now, that just shows me Steve's someone that thinks about things. He has a little, you know, that's a working brain. That's good thinking. That was the end of the over, as it looks as if Mr. Universe is going to continue on. And that's Patanka, Dalashit Patanka, who's come out then at 6. Drops and runs, and they only think of one. Probably could have been looking at 2, but they won't take it on. Ramesh. First of all, Ramesh, hope you're well. Hope the thumb is recovering well. Vasu was telling me, Ramesh, that it's recovering and you're sort of hoping in time for the summer. But yeah, hope you're well. Says, will we see you in Romania for the Continental Cup? I don't think so. I think I will be, that'll be on that weekend of ECS England. So I think I'm in England for that, so that's where I'll be. I'm actually not too sure who'll be covering what, to be honest. I have to say that with Main Madness, I feel a little bit for Vinny. He's had to do all the scheduling. There's quite a lot going on, and then I also feel for everyone back in the office who's got to schedule everything else that's got to go on. So yeah, not easy. Well, I'll tell you what, this one's up in the air. Chance maybe, and taken, and that's a great catch. Superb catch this time around, Roberts. Well, his day's finally getting a little bit better. He's had a bit of a struggle at times, but he makes no mistake this time. And Singh will go. Went for it this time. Didn't get all of it. And it will be another wicket then here. And you can see he was trying to take the attack to the bowler, which you don't mind. And you had to see good presence of mind to make sure he was still within the rope. You can see there, he knew. He was watching what he was doing. Another one bites the dust then. 57 for 5 now here for Malta. There you go in there, in the chat. There's confirmation. Danny Hudacek will be doing the Continental Cup. There you go. Danny, of course, was just in Brescia for the last couple of days. He was there from Sunday to Tuesday, I believe it was. Oh, that's good news then. As I say, I feel for the work behind the scenes in getting the right people at the right time to the right places. over the month of May this year is proving to probably be a tricky one, with plenty of cricket going on in many different locations. Oh, now asking a question. Gone, given straight away. And Mr. Universe is off. There he is. We've been waiting for it. And it's finally happened. And that's 2 in 2. And Mugao was the new batter. It doesn't matter anymore. He's already on his way back. And let's have a look here. Looked as if it might have been the googly. I think it was. Zipped back in. Yeah, and from that angle, as much as you can't see, but you can also see, it's a celeb appeal. The celeb appeal comes out from Mr. Universe. He knew straight away. No waiting from the umpire. It's 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick score, 57 for 6. Mr. Universe gets the celeb appeal in, and well, for a man who's coming in to face a hat-trick delivery, is a well-oiled and well-seasoned campaigner in Bikram Arora. Comes in then at number 8. He's a good batter to have at number 8. Although we need a little bit more than a good batter, I think, at this point to rescue them out of this hole they find themselves in. Anyway, Mr. Universe, well, imagine the celeb appeal if he hits in front. It's a hat-trick ball. Oh, and it's a good one as well. It's a good one at that as well, and he knew it was a good one. Oh, it doesn't quite happen, but nevertheless, a superb over. Score 57 for 6 after 9. You can see there, he wanted, well, he played for he played the wrong end, didn't he? He played the googly. And, what a great spell for Ahmedzai. Mr. Universe, 3 for 9 off at the moment. Okay, Steve's gone. Okay, see, Steve, you know when I said I like you because you thought about it and you asked about recent ones, and I said that was really good thinking. This is a good question. Not going to be out though. You know, yeah, and I said, I said, really good idea. You're thinking about it. Coming out with Markram's probably not the best shout that I've ever heard, but you know, I guess I get the thinking. It was there. It just wasn't the outcome. The answer will be given out at the end of this over. Don't you worry, folks. Again, good bowling from Jan Stanikzai. Really on the money here.
Well bowling, hey, down say.
Once more. Just seems to sort of be able to drop it on a spot 9 times out of 10 at the moment to Stanikzai. As do all the spinners. Ahmedzai, Stanikzai, they just seem to be pretty good. Roberts was the only one who sort of struggled, but he didn't bowl in the last game, so you can understand as to why. And again, and it's also just the variation is just playing in the mind of Patanka here. You can just see he's just not too sure as to whether or not he should just go forward or back and play with the spin or play for a googly. It's one of those where you just, it is almost a guessing game with how good he disguises it, to be fair. Rory with a good little shout of Ponting as well. And again, see, look, just has no idea. Just genuinely has no clue on what to play and what to expect. It's another googly to finish, and another great over. I tell you what, that's a maiden. That's a maiden for Jan Sajad Stanikzai. What a way to finish that one. And that will be 57 for 6 after 10. Time for a drinks break. And what it does mean is I can give you the answer to the first ever edition of Hunt the Answer. Now this is going to stick. I'm going to make it stick. We've got 4 days to make it stick here, and then we're going to go ahead and do it when I'm in Estonia, and we're going to do it when I'm in England as well. So the question was, if I can find the question, I've got it written down somewhere. Here we go. Which cricketer holds the record for the most runs in a single ICC World Cup tournament? Now, there were some good shouts. I have to say there were some good shouts. Tendulkar was up there. There was a good shout of Tendulkar. Steve's shout of Markram was probably the worst. Chris has put an answer in there. And there's also been a couple of different answers in there of Ponting. Ponting's been a shout. But I'll read you out. What I'll do, I'll read you out the top 3. So at 3, someone who just mentioned him as well was Hayden, of course, Australian. In 11 matches, scored 659. Second was Sachin Tendulkar. He was 673 off 11 matches. But top of the table, and the correct answer in today's Hunt the Answer, the correct answer was Virat Kohli with 765 runs in 11 matches, averaging 95.62 with a strike rate of 90. It's pretty sensational. That was, of course, in the ICC Cricket World Cup, which was in India. 2023 and 2024. So thank you all for playing, and absolutely I have to say, pleasure to have you all for the first ever edition of Hunt the Answer. It will be returning because I'm going to make it return. I'm on my own, I can do what I want. Anyway, back to the cricket. Finally, and Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, continues, and a shot at the stumps. No one there, no one home. That will be another single. So yeah, let us know if you got it right. Glad to see that people weren't cheating either, which is good. May have been some, but I'm not going to point some fingers. But yeah, glad to see that people weren't cheating. We're getting their answers in. I've been told that Butchie, our scorer, got it right, which is a good shout. Interesting to know if there was the use of... Now, I did hear that Butchie brought an iPad with him for work this week, and I wonder if he worked out how to search the internet on that. Anyway, Mr. Universe is off. He's got another. The celebration's out as well. That's his 4th. He's on for a 5 here, folks, and well, the celebration would probably be certainly one to match, as he plays all round this. Doesn't round his legs, I believe. It doesn't. It's a lie. It just goes on with the arm. Good bit of bowling. And it's, again, just sort of, well, sort of brings an end to again, a tough day for Patanka. Struggled. Wasn't his fault in the first game, but this time around he has struggled. It's another wicket. It's another one bites the dust. Looking like they're going to struggle here to get to even 100. Malta, 58 for 7. And a very good afternoon to Dave, who joins us in the chat. Dave, now I know I mentioned this to you a week ago. It was an early one, but I know yesterday was your big 70th birthday. So, Dave, a very happy birthday from myself and everyone here at the ground to you. Oh, this is another good delivery for another superb delivery from Ahmedzai. He's on for a Michelle here, isn't he? He certainly is. But I hope you are, and I hope that the head's not too sore this morning, Dave. And yeah, looking forward to, well, hopefully, and finally meeting you in Wimbledon. Looking forward to that one for sure. Okay, it's going to be another dot. So Shinasanan is the new batter coming in at 9. Confidently played. They're going to take on the arm of Gustav McKeon, and that's a dangerous arm to take on. Probably one of few that you'd want to take on in and around Europe. That'll be a single then. And that will be the end of the 11th over. A great over again from Ahmedzai. Score at the end of 11 is 61 for 7. See, Ramesh is showing his appreciation for Hunt the Answer. I think it's a good one. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a whole graphic animation made. It would be great. It would be so good. Upcoming events then, and well, maybe I can get that installed for when we get to Estonia. That'll take some work. Anyway, we all know what's coming out now. May Madness is well, we're in the thick of it already, but there's plenty to come. Plenty of T10 night action, some some T20Is as well. Then some more of those. Then we've got the old faithful ECS as well, with some different locations in there. England to finish up the month as well. Certainly looking forward to that one. Standing side, the youngster, Sajad, the wonder kid. Wrong and again, the googly. Mr. Universe. Almost takes a tumble. Turn around the corner again. By the way, that's now 9 deliveries. The young Stanek guy hasn't conceded a single run in 9 deliveries. Oh dear. Just as I say that, he bowls probably the worst bowl he's bowled in France in the last 5 weeks. Oh dear, that's going to come through. What's this going to be given? I think there's been a little bit of a tickle on this one. It's going to be given as runs. So still, actually not too bad. Doesn't go against his name more than anything. 2 runs then off the bat. That's potentially not a wide. It's going to be down as buys. And again, that's where you'd probably feel a little bit hard done by for the keeper, for for the action man in Jackson. There we go. It is given as a wide. Had to say. Even with these wides and then the 2 as well, it's been a great over. Oh, loops it up, and Jackson almost didn't really know what was happening there either. I think he was almost put off by the drive of Sadar Sanan. Gets the reverse out. Oh, there you go. That's what we've come to see. Folks, if you aren't entertained, then, well, you've just got to wait around and see when Sudarsana comes in for a back. Lovely little reverse switch hit there for him. And, well, I did see that last time we were here in France, Mr. Kevin Peterson got involved with a couple of clips that went around on social media. I wonder if KP is going to be watching out for that one, because that was prime KP. End of the over, 70 for 7 after 12. I don't know. I wonder if people did see that. I'm gonna have to see if I can get it up now. But I can't remember what the tweet was. But all I know is that Peterson liked it and said that he did it better than he ever did. See if I can find it. I know someone in the chat's probably gonna find it before me. No, that's fine. I'm used to it. And well, he's looking. Certainly is looking for the Michelle Pfeiffer, isn't he? He's trying his best. Mr. Universe. I have a feeling that these two don't want to give it to him, as that's Brickham Aurora. She plays it away. Here we go, found it straight away. Funny enough, thought I was going to have to scroll quite a long way for Kevin Peterson on his timeline. He loves a tweet. This time, hit away. Again, just push for one. Yeah. Imad Khan was the man who hit the... what was that? Oh, actually, no, it was in Brescia. It was my mistake. It was in Brescia. Apologies. I thought it was here in France. Anyway. Well, now we've seen one in France as well. So there you go. Said you play it better than I ever did. What a shot. Keep smoking it. I tell you what, these deliveries aren't going to get you your 5 up. This is going to be, it's going to be a minimo. It might be. It is. There you go. Minimo time. Lovely. Yeah, my mistake. It was in, of course, in Italy, not in France. See, it all starts blending into the same one. That's all you can do. And I'm sure now everyone in the chat's going to go. I mean, that's fine. I'm used to it. It's only my first day back, and you know, just finished uni or whatever, but it's okay. Oh, well played. Very well played. And good shot at the stumps, but won't come to anything. Oh, hello. Asking the question and gone. He's away. There you go. Oh, he's off. He's Mr. Universe, and that will be his fifer. He does it because Sudasanan turns around and plays what could be one of the worst attempts at a reverse Malachi I think I'll ever see. But I tell you what, he won't care whatsoever, because you have to say that he has deserved this as Ahmadzai. He's bowled very well. And you can see here, it's a terrible attempt to just get stuck completely. But Ahmadzai, he knew straight away. The celeb appeal was back again. And it will be Michelle Pfeiffer. It's 5 wickets for Dawood Ahmadzai. And, well, it could be and will be a sensational bit of bowling from him. As Wasim Abbas comes out then at number 10. Oh, he's gone for it. It could be another one here. It probably should be, you know. Oh, and it will be. He'll finish with 6. And, well, he's off and away. And I almost have a feeling that the French fielders didn't want him to take it, because it would have, they're not going to hear the end of it. But he ends up being a 6 for Dawood Ahmadzai. It's been a sensational spell. He's picked up wickets at crucial times, and it will mean that he'll finish with sensational figures. 6 for 21 off his 4 overs. And Malta, well, they're going to fall to a pretty, they're sending us away for a pretty early dinner here this afternoon / evening. And there we go. That's it's a sad sight. It's a golden duck for Wasim Abbas as well. Justin Sharji coming out at 11. And, well, they've got to face one of the most prolific wicket takers in French history, as it will be Usman Khan, who's going to come on and have a bowl. There you go. He's hiding. He's trying to hide away from Derek there. What are we saying? KP currently on comms in the IPL. There you go, then. He can bring the ECN up on comms in the IPL, then, can't he? We do it for the IPL. We can do it for us. That's how it works, right? Anyway, it is going to be Usman Khan. Of course, I'm just going to take this time to thank everyone for welcoming me back so much and being so welcoming on my return. It's been a pleasure. Of course, this is what's coming up tomorrow, but we'll go back to live action, as we're probably too far away, I'd imagine, from seeing the end of this game, as just the one wicket. There you go. It's been a long day. First day back. That's what I'm saying. It's been a great day, though, isn't it? It's been, we've had everything. We've had half centuries. Haven't had a century, not yet. Still a long way to go. We've had some outstanding catches, some interesting fielding. Well, not even a Michelle Pfeiffer, a 6 for. What do you call it? A Sydney 6 for? I don't even know. No idea. Not a clue. But no, it's been a pleasure to be back on the air. And yeah, listen, we've got 3 more days of T20I international action. T20 international action, in fact. It's well blocked out. Yeah, make sure you stick around, of course. And, well, you've got to remember as well that, well, it's finals day over in Italy tomorrow out in Brescia. So plenty of cricket coming your way, of course. Sharji looking as if he's playing out for the test match draw here. He's not giving it a go. Fair enough. Make France stay out there as long as possible. I completely understand it. Oh, that's better. So he answered me. What you got to do is ask, I guess. There's Mr. Getting a bit of stick, clearly, by his own teammates. That's what it's all about. He loves it, though. Fair enough, to be honest. You know, biceps like him, I'd do anything, really. So then, strike. Slower ball. Good bit of fielding. The youngster, he's there again. That will be the end of the 14th then. Survive another over. Khan only goes for 2. The end of the 14th. 18 for 9. This is what's coming up tomorrow. We'll probably squeeze it in again at the end of the day. But France taking on Belgium. That's going to be the first game of the day. That's at 9 at GMT, 11 Central European time, and 2:30 in India. And then, of course, Malta. They take on Belgium. And what will probably be a must-win game for Malta tomorrow. So do make sure you do tune in tomorrow.
Hey, 6 outside.
Looks as if, what is happening here? It looks as if Zahiri's going to come on. They're asking the openers to come on and clean up the rest. That's what they're doing here. Zahiri, 1 wicket for another victory then for France. Well, full tosses aren't going to get you them. He's been very good though, isn't he? Man on your screen just then. Cameron Ahmedzai bowled superbly, batted pretty well as well, and he's been excellent in the field. Well, just again dropped into the onside. They're going to take him on, Mr. Universe, and oh, he can do wrong. He might have done his back in here, he's hurt himself. He is, I know he's already got a nickname. And I understand that, but I do feel as if he's a very good candidate for France's Mr. Jurasobani. There's one in every place I go. One in every place we go, I come up with him. I feel like he's probably the answer. Drop a run, take him on. Nah, he doesn't get that. Credit to that young man on your screen, by the way. And I know we've said that he hasn't quite had the best of days with the bat, but as a skipper and as a captain at just 20 years of age in international cricket, it's pretty. He's done a pretty outstanding job, and credit where credit's due. It's one of those things where the batting will come. The batting's already been there. We've seen it before. The stats don't lie for him. But doing that whilst being captain, we've seen be a tricky thing for some of the best captains in the world in any form of cricket. So you'll have to, you've got to give credit where credit's due. They've taken 2 wins out of 2 here. One was not very comfortable, the other, this one looking more so. And that will be the end of it. And it's pretty fitting to see that the leg stumps goes cartwheeling. And that will be all she wrote. Game 7 match. France get 2 wins out of 2 up against Malta here. And in their own backyard, France make it look pretty easy the second time of asking. This morning's game, not so easy. It only came down to a deficit of just the 9 runs. This time around, though, it's very, very comfortable in the end. And it's a very emphatic victory. And that man there in the middle of your screen can be happy in McKeown. As skipper, he leads his country, his nation, to 2 wins from 2. And in what has been a superb bit of action here today. And, well, you've got to imagine that, well, the next few days are only going to be just as exciting. And there, that man on the front of your screen, easy player of your match. No surprise, Mr. Universe himself in Dawood Ahmedzai. And, well, the stumps, they're going to need some reorganising because they've been dismantled in that last delivery. Zahiri, good figures for him, 3 for 22. And it's been, again, a superb day of cricket and certainly one to remember. I wonder if we can get get those highlights started of the last game of the last innings, I should say, in fact. And, yeah, good to see. Good all-round and good conversation between everyone. And, yeah, it's certainly been thrilling. And this is that was the first ball of the innings. Basil George went for a golden quacker, and apart from that, there wasn't really much else. Stanislau batted well, to be fair. Zishan Khan had a bit of a slip and a tumble, but managed to get a few runs under his belt. But aside from that, it was pretty diabolical from a lot of the Maltese batsmen, to be honest. No one really applying themselves. Never really looked comfortable after losing their big man in Boom Boom Basil in the first ball of the day, or of the innings. Really looked to struggle. Roberts, he was happy, he should be happy that he was able to rectify his mistakes. Stanislaus looked as if he was going to go on and maybe punish them, but it was all meant to be, as he eventually went on to take a pretty comfortable catch in the second time of asking. Made it look pretty comfortable, didn't he? And then there you can see, well, this was the start of the end as Mr. Universe got involved, and he made sure that his impact on the game was certainly felt. We had a reverse Malachi. That was one of the better ones, and then well, that one was probably not one of the better ones, both by the same batter, by the way. And that was how he brought up his 5th. Very next ball, though, got another one. Brought up his 6th, and it was pretty sensational. And I can currently see Mr. Universe getting his photo taken as well. So that will go down nicely, I'm sure. And that was all she wrote. Ended up being a pretty comfortable victory for France here in the second game of the day. There you go. That's all she wrote, folks. A very emphatic victory by 86 runs then here by France in game 2. And this is a story, no one getting going. One score in the 20s, and that only was 21. That was Zishan Khan, who didn't even look that comfortable for those either. And aside from that, no one else getting going. But it all comes down to the fact that France just bowled very, very well. Pick of the bowlers, of course, is Dawid Ahmedzai, 6 for 21 off just 4 overs. Sensational work from him. Looking the business is Mr. Universe. He was backed up well as well by Zahir Sahiri, who cleaned up the rest of them at the back end. Just a good, solid all-round performance, really, from France, you have to feel. I mean, batting-wise, they outdid them, and then bowling-wise, they were just, again, levels ahead of them as well. So you can just see there that just shows you all you need to know. 6 for Ahmedzai. Very impressive. 3 for Zahiri and 1 for young Sajjad as well, with a maiden in there just to spice things up a little bit as well. But I wonder if we can go ahead and just confirm once again for you what we've got coming up for you tomorrow with the timings. Of course, we know that we see Belgium for the first time. They'll be here tomorrow. They take on France in match number 3, first game of the day. 9 o'clock GMT, 11 o'clock Central European time, 2:30 out in India, and then Malta, they take on Belgium in the second game of the day. Must win, really, for Malta, that one. And, yeah, certainly looking forward to more international T20 action tomorrow morning. And, well, that leaves us with, well, that's all we've got time for, really. A bit of an early finish, but we hope that you enjoyed our coverage of our first set of international T20s here this season. And, well, it set us up for what is going to be an exciting month of May, and, well, exciting onwards apart from that as well. That's all we've got time for then, folks. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to everyone here on the ground, to all the Blue crew, to all the local organising committee as well. They've been outstanding here today. And, of course, to our production crew and to everyone back in the office at home as well. Everyone does all the in-betweens that people don't see. A huge thank you to all of you. Lastly, to all of our chatters, thank you for keeping me company today. It's been a pleasure to be back on the airwaves. Love doing this. It's always great fun. We get to see some amazing cricket. Today was no exception at some pretty amazing locations. Can't wait to be back here tomorrow. We do it all again. Do make sure you tune in. Don't forget, go and join Vinny as well tomorrow. It's finals day out in Italy. More T20s coming up here tomorrow as well. It's all happening. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Until then, have a good evening, everyone.